Hey, you made it. I'm really glad you're here. As if you're all cozy under your blanket, maybe with one leg sticking out because you like to live a little wild, then welcome. You're in the right place. Now, before we start, I want to know something about you. Where are you listening from? Is it your bedroom, your living room, or maybe somewhere else? And what time is it where you are? Is it nighttime, or are you sneaking this in during the day? I love reading your answers. It's so fun to hear from you when I'm up super late, feeling like a sleepy raccoon with big, tired eyes. Tonight, we're going to talk about something super calm and cozy. It's called Why Medieval Peasants Slept Together for the Best Sleep in History. Okay, let's settle in. Imagine you're all snuggled up, maybe with a soft pillow or your favorite stuffed animal. This story is going to be slow and gentle, like a warm hug. It's about people who lived a long time ago, way back when there were no phones or TVs or even electric lights. These people were called peasants, and they lived in small houses in little villages. They worked hard all day, and at night they slept in a special way that made their sleep so good. They didn't sleep alone, they slept all together with their families and sometimes even their animals. Doesn't that sound cozy? Let's talk about that title again because it's important. Why Medieval Peasants Slept Together for the Best Sleep in History. Medieval means a time hundreds of years ago when knights and castles were around. Peasants were the people who grew food, took care of animals, and did all the hard work to keep the village going. They didn't have fancy beds or big houses, but they had something special. They had each other. And when it was time to sleep, they all piled into bed together, keeping warm and safe. That's what made their sleep so amazing, and we're going to find out why. First, let's think about where you are right now. Are you in your bed? Maybe you're under a soft blanket, feeling all warm and safe. Or maybe you're on a couch with a big pillow behind your head. Wherever you are, I'm so happy you're here. I bet you're feeling a little sleepy already just thinking about being cozy. When I read your answers about where you're listening from, it makes me smile. Some people listen from big cities where there are lots of lights and cars. Some people listen from small towns where it's quiet and you can hear crickets at night. And some people listen from places far away where the stars look super bright. No matter where you are, you're part of this cozy moment with me. Now let's talk about that sleepy raccoon part. I said I feel like a sleepy raccoon when I'm up late, and I mean it. Have you ever seen a raccoon? They have those cute little masks around their eyes, like they're ready for a nighttime adventure. But sometimes raccoons get tired just like us. They curl up in a tree or a cozy spot and take a nap. That's how I feel when I'm reading your messages late at night. I'm all curled up, maybe with a cup of warm milk, feeling sleepy but happy to be here with you. So tell me, what time is it where you are? Is it late, like bedtime? Or is it earlier and you're just relaxing? I can't wait to hear about it. Let's go back to our story for tonight. Why Medieval Peasants Slept Together for the Best Sleep in History. This is a story about sleep, but not just any sleep. It's about the kind of sleep that feels like the best hug ever. A long time ago, peasants didn't have big beds like we do now. They didn't have fluffy pillows or electric blankets. But they had something better. They had their families. At night, they all slept close together in one big bed, or sometimes just on a pile of straw. They kept each other warm and they felt safe because they weren't alone. Even their animals, like goats or chickens, sometimes slept nearby. It was like a big, cozy sleep party every night. Why was this so special? Well, when you sleep close to people you love, it feels nice. You can hear them breathing soft and slow. You can feel their warmth, like a blanket that's alive. The peasants didn't worry about having the perfect bed or the perfect room. They just snuggled up together, and that made their sleep so good. We're going to talk about how they lived, what they did all day, and why sleeping together was the best part of their night. It's a slow, calm story, perfect for helping you feel sleepy too. Let's check in again. Are you still cozy? Is your blanket pulled up nice and tight? Maybe you've got one leg out because you're a little wild like that. I think that's awesome. I bet some of you are listening from places where it's cold, so you're all wrapped up like a burrito. Others might be in warm places with a fan blowing soft air. Wherever you are, I'm so glad you're here. And I really want to know, what time is it? Is it dark outside with stars in the sky? Or is it still light and you're just chilling? Your answers make this story even more fun because it feels like we're all together sharing this moment. Okay, let's talk about those peasants again. They lived in a time called the medieval times. That was a long, long time ago, before cars or computers or even light bulbs. Their houses were small, made of wood and mud, with roofs made of straw. They didn't have a lot of stuff, but they had each other. During the day, they worked hard. They grew food, like carrots and wheat. They took care of animals, like cows and goats. And when the sun went down, they got ready for bed. But they didn't have separate bedrooms like we do. They all slept in one room, close together. That's what our story is about, how sleeping together made their sleep so special. Imagine you're one of those peasants for a second. You've been working all day and you're so tired. Your arms are heavy and your eyes are droopy. You walk into your little house and there's your family all ready for bed. You don't have a big mattress, but you have a pile of straw with a blanket on top. You lie down and your mom or dad or brother or sister is right next to you. Maybe there's a goat in the corner making soft noises. It's warm, it's safe, and it feels so good. That's what the peasants did every night, and it helped them sleep better than we do sometimes. Let's talk about why I'm so excited you're here. When you listen to this, it's like we're sitting together in a cozy room telling stories. I love that feeling. I love knowing you're out there all snuggled up, maybe with a pet nearby or a favorite toy. And I really, really love hearing where you're from. Are you in a big house, a small apartment? Maybe you're in a car listening while you travel. And what time is it? Is it super late, like midnight? Or is it earlier, like after dinner? Your answers make me feel like we're friends, sharing this sleepy moment. Let's go back to that raccoon idea. I keep saying I'm like a sleepy raccoon, and I want you to picture it. Imagine a raccoon with big round eyes yawning and curling up in a soft pile of leaves. That's me when I'm up late, thinking about you and this story. I'm so happy to be here even if I'm a little tired. And I bet you're feeling a little tired too, right? That's okay. This story is all about getting cozy and sleepy, so you're right on track. Now just keep your blanket close and let's talk more about those peasants. Our story tonight is called Why Medieval Peasants Slept Together for the Best Sleep in History. Let's break it down. Medieval means a long time ago when people lived very differently. Peasants were the workers who grew food and took care of the land. They didn't have much money, but they had big hearts. And sleeping together, that means they didn't sleep alone. They shared their beds with their families and sometimes their animals too. It wasn't fancy, but it was so cozy. It made their sleep deep and peaceful, like the best nap you've ever had. Why did they sleep like that? Well, their houses were small, so they didn't have extra rooms. But also sleeping together was nice. It kept them warm when it was cold outside. It made them feel safe, like nobody could hurt them. And it was just comfy to be close to the people they loved. We're going to talk about all of that in this story. We'll imagine what it was like to be a peasant, to work all day, and then to crawl into bed with your family. It's a calm, slow story, perfect for helping you relax. Let's check in one more time. Are you still cozy? Is your pillow nice and soft? Maybe you're hugging a stuffed animal, or maybe you've got a pet curled up with you. I bet you're feeling super relaxed right now. And I really want to know, where are you listening from? Are you in your house? Are you somewhere else? And what time is it? Is it bedtime, or are you just chilling? I love hearing from you because it makes this story feel like a big, cozy hug. Okay, let's talk about those peasants one more time. They lived in little villages with fields all around. Their days were full of work, like planting seeds or feeding animals. But at night, they got to rest. They didn't have soft mattresses or big pillows, but they had something better. They had each other. They slept all together in one big pile like a bunch of puppies. It was warm, it was safe, and it made their sleep so good. That's what our story is about, and it's going to be so relaxing to hear. Now let's think about you again. Are you feeling sleepy yet? Maybe your eyes are getting heavy, or maybe you're just super comfy. That's perfect. This story is all about helping you feel calm and ready for sleep. And I'm so glad you're here. I love knowing you're out there listening to this with me. So one last time, where are you listening from? What time is it? I can't wait to hear your answers, because they make me feel like we're all together, like those peasants snuggled up in bed. Let's get ready to dive into the story. It's going to be slow and gentle, like a soft lullaby. We're going to talk about those medieval peasants and why their sleep was so special. We'll imagine their little houses, their cozy beds, and the way they slept all together. It's a story that's perfect for bedtime because it's all about feeling safe and warm. So pull your blanket up, get comfy, and let's start. Hey, you made it. I'm really glad you're here. As if you're cozy under your blanket, maybe with one leg outside because you live a little wild. Welcome. Now tell me something before we start. Where are you listening from, and what time is it? I love reading your answers when I'm up way too late, like a sleepy raccoon. Tonight we're going to talk about why medieval peasants slept together for the best sleep in history. Imagine a world with no screens, no TVs blinking, no phones buzzing, no computers glowing in the dark, just quiet, just the soft crackle of a fire in a little house. That's how life was a long time ago for people called peasants. They lived in a time called medieval times, hundreds of years before we were born. Their world was so different from ours, and it was simple in a cozy way. Let's picture it together slowly, like we're falling asleep under a big, warm blanket. In medieval villages, life was slow. There was no rush, no hurry. People didn't run around checking their phones or watching videos. They didn't have cars to drive or big stores to shop in. Instead, they lived in tiny villages with houses all close together. The air smelled like dirt and straw, like the ground after rain. Sometimes it smelled like animals because peasants had goats and cows and chickens. The villages were quiet, except for the sound of birds or the wind blowing through the trees. It was a calm place, perfect for feeling sleepy. The peasants worked with their hands. They didn't have machines to help them. They used their hands to plant seeds in the fields, to pull weeds, and to pick vegetables. They used their hands to milk cows or feed chickens. Their days started when the sun came up, and they stopped working when the sun went down. The sun was like their clock, telling them when to wake up and when to rest. They worked hard, but it was a simple kind of hard. It made their bodies tired in a good way, like when you run around all day and then feel ready for bed. Their houses were small, not like the big houses some people have now with lots of rooms and fancy furniture. These houses were made of wood and mud. The walls were rough and the floors were just dirt packed down hard. The roofs were made of straw like a big pile of dried grass. Sometimes when it rained, a little water would drip through the roof. Plink, plink, plink. But the peasants didn't mind too much. They fixed the leaks and kept going. Their houses were small, but they were cozy, like a little nest for a bird. At night, something special happened. The peasants didn't sleep alone like some people do now. They slept all together in one big pile like a bunch of puppies snuggled up. They shared a bed or sometimes just a pile of straw with blankets. Their whole family was there, moms, dads, kids, and sometimes even grandparents. Sometimes their animals, like a goat or a dog, slept nearby too. It was warm and safe, and it felt like home. That's what made their sleep so good, and we're going to talk about why. Let's drift into their world slowly, like we're floating on a soft cloud. Imagine the stars starting to peek out in the sky, twinkling like little candles. The village is quiet now. The sun is gone and the moon is coming up. The peasants are getting ready for bed and we're going to go with them. This is a story about a calm, sleepy time, and it's perfect for helping you feel cozy too. Let's start again with that idea of no screens. Can you imagine a world without a TV, without a phone or a tablet? It's hard, right? We're so used to looking at screens all the time, but the peasants didn't have any of that. They didn't even have electricity. No lights to turn on, no buttons to press. When it got dark, they lit a fire in their house. The fire was small, just a few sticks burning in a little pit. It made a soft sound, like crackle, crackle, pop. The fire gave them light to see by, and it kept them warm. It was like a friend helping them feel safe at night. The fire was important because their houses could get cold. Without heaters or electric blankets, they had to find other ways to stay warm. The fire helped, and so did sleeping together. When everyone was in one bed, their bodies kept each other warm. It was like having a big living blanket made of people you love. The fire would burn low, almost out, by the time they went to sleep. But that was okay. They had each other, and that was enough. Life in the villages was slow, like a lazy river flowing along. There were no clocks ticking or alarms beeping. The peasants didn't need them. They woke up when the sun came up and they went to bed when it got dark. Their days were full of simple things. They walked to the fields to check on their crops. They carried water from a stream in big buckets. They fed their animals and cleaned their houses. Everything took time, but they didn't mind. They liked the slow rhythm of their days. It made them feel calm, like when you're rocking in a chair and your eyes start to close. The air in the villages was so nice. It wasn't full of car smoke or city smells. It smelled like the earth, like dirt and grass. It smelled like straw because that's what their roofs and beds were made of. Straw is dried grass and it has a warm, cozy smell like a barn or a hayride. Sometimes the air smelled like bread baking because the peasants made their own bread. Or it smelled like animals because goats and cows were always nearby. These smells were part of their world, and they made everything feel familiar and safe. The peasants worked hard every day. They didn't sit at desks or type on computers. They used their bodies to do their jobs. They dug in the dirt to plant seeds for wheat or carrots. They carried heavy baskets of vegetables. They chopped wood for the fire. All this work made their arms and legs strong, but it also made them tired. By the end of the day, their eyes were droopy and their bodies were ready for rest. That's one reason they slept so well. Their work was like a lullaby, making them sleepy without even trying. Their houses were so different from ours. Imagine a house with no glass windows, no carpet, no bathroom inside. That's what the peasants had. Their houses were small, sometimes just one room for the whole family. The walls were made of wood and mud mixed together to make them strong. The mud was like glue, holding the wood in place. The floors were dirt, but they swept them clean every day. The roofs were made of straw, tied together in big bundles. These houses weren't fancy, but they were home. They kept the peasants safe from the wind and rain, even if a few drops got through. Sometimes the roofs leaked when it rained. The water would drip down, plink, plink, onto the floor. The peasants would put a bucket under the leak or stuff more straw in the hole. They didn't get mad about it. They just fixed it and moved on. Their houses were simple, but they were full of love. The peasants didn't need big rooms or soft couches. They had their family, their fire, and their cozy bed. That was enough to make them happy. At night, the best part of their day happened. They all got ready for bed and they didn't sleep alone. They slept together, all in one place. Imagine a big bed or maybe just a pile of straw on the floor. They spread blankets over the straw to make it soft. Then everyone climbed in, mom, dad, kids, and sometimes even a baby. They snuggled close like spoons in a drawer. Their bodies were warm and their breaths were slow and soft. Sometimes a goat or a dog slept nearby, adding more warmth. It was like a big sleep party, and it felt so safe. Why did they sleep like that? Well, their houses were small, so there wasn't room for lots of beds, but also they liked being close. It was cold at night, and sleeping together kept them warm. It was dark, and being together made them feel safe. They could hear each other breathing like a little song. They could feel each other's warmth like a hug that lasted all night. This made their sleep so good, better than ours sometimes. They didn't worry about being alone or having the perfect bed. They just slept all together, and it felt like home. Let's think about that fire again. The fire was so important in their houses. It wasn't just for warmth, it was for cooking too. The peasants made simple food like soup or bread over the fire. The fire made the house feel alive with its soft light and gentle sounds. Crackle, crackle, pop. It was like the house was talking to them, saying, "It's okay, you're safe." When it was time for bed, they let the fire burn low. They piled ashes over it to keep it safe until morning. The house got dark, but that was okay. They had their family and they were ready to sleep. The villages were so quiet at night. There were no cars driving by, no airplanes in the sky, just the sound of the wind, soft and low. Maybe a goat bleated in the distance or an owl hooted in a tree. These sounds were like a lullaby, helping the peasants fall asleep. The stars came out, twinkling in the sky. The moon glowed, soft and silver. The world felt calm, like it was hugging the village. The peasants loved this time of night because it meant they could rest. Their days were tied to the sun. When the sun came up, they got out of bed. When the sun went down, they started getting ready for sleep. They didn't have clocks or watches. They didn't need them. The sun told them everything they needed to know. This made their life simple. They didn't worry about being late or missing something. They just followed the sun like it was their guide. It was a slow, easy way to live, and it helped them feel peaceful. The air in the villages was so clean. It smelled like nature, like trees and dirt and animals. There were no factories or cars to make it dirty. The peasants loved the smell of their world. It reminded them of home. When they walked outside, they could smell the straw on their roofs. They could smell the grass in the fields. Sometimes they could smell bread baking or soup cooking. These smells were part of their life, and they made everything feel cozy and safe. The peasants worked with their hands every day. They didn't have machines to make their work easier. They used tools like shovels and hoes to dig in the fields. They carried water in buckets, which was heavy. They milked cows and goats, which took strong hands. All this work made them tired, but it was a good tired. It was the kind of tired that makes you want to curl up and sleep. Their work was hard, but it was simple, and it helped them rest so well at night. Their houses were small, but they were full of love. The peasants didn't have a lot of things. They didn't have TVs or toys or big closets full of clothes, but they had each other. They had their family, and that was the most important thing. Their houses were like little nests, keeping them safe and warm. Even if the roof leaked or the floor was cold, they didn't mind. They had their fire, their blankets, and their family. That was all they needed. At night, they all climbed into bed together. They didn't have separate rooms or big mattresses. They had one bed or maybe just a pile of straw. They spread out their blankets and snuggled close. The kids were in the middle, warm and safe. The mom and dad were on the sides, keeping everyone together. Sometimes a goat or a dog slept nearby, making soft noises. It was so cozy, like being wrapped in a big, warm hug. This was why their sleep was so special. They weren't alone, they were together. Let's imagine that bed for a second. The straw was a little scratchy, but the blankets were soft. The peasants didn't have fluffy pillows, but they used their arms or a folded cloth to rest their heads. The bed was warm because everyone was so close. You could hear soft breathing like a little song. You could feel the warmth of your family like a blanket that never got cold. It was simple, but it was perfect. The peasants loved their bedtime because it was the coziest part of their day. The villages were so quiet at night. The peasants didn't have loud music or bright lights. When the sun went down, the world got dark. They lit their fire, but it was a soft light, not like the bright lights we have now. The darkness was like a friend, helping them feel sleepy. They didn't fight the dark, they let it wrap around them like a big, soft blanket. The stars came out and the moon shone down. It was a peaceful time, perfect for resting. Their days were simple, but they were full. The peasants worked hard, but they didn't worry about things like we do. They didn't check their phones or stress about emails. They just did their work, ate their food, and went to bed. Their life was like a slow song with a steady beat. It made them feel calm, like when you're rocking in a hammock and your eyes start to close. This calmness helped them sleep so well, especially because they slept together. Let's think about that fire one more time. The fire was the heart of their house. It kept them warm, it cooked their food, and it made them feel safe. The sound of the fire crackle, crackle, pop was like a lullaby. When it was time for bed, they let the fire burn low. They didn't need it to stay bright all night. They had their family, and that was enough. The house got dark, but it was a cozy dark, like closing your eyes under a blanket. The peasants' world was so different from ours. They didn't have all the things we have, like cars and computers and big houses, but they had something special. They had a simple life full of love and hard work. They had their families, and they had their cozy nights. At the end of the day, they climbed into bed together and they slept so well. It was like a gift, this sleep they shared. It made them feel safe, warm, and home. Now let's drift into their world slowly. Imagine you're in one of those little houses. The fire is crackling, soft and low. The air smells like straw and earth. The sun is gone and the stars are coming out. You're with your family all snuggled up in a big bed. You can hear soft breathing like a little song. You can feel the warmth of everyone around you. It's so cozy, so safe. This is the world of the peasants, and it's a world where sleep was special. Let's float into it, like we're falling asleep under the stars. This is Beatrice. She's a peasant woman who lives in a little village a long, long time ago. She has kind eyes that sparkle like soft stars, and her laugh is quiet, like a little giggle you hear in a cozy room. Beatrice is so nice, and everyone in her village loves her. She's not fancy at all. Nobody in her village is. They don't wear shiny clothes or live in big houses. They're simple people, and Beatrice is happy just being herself. Let's get to know her slowly, like we're sitting by a warm fire, ready to feel sleepy. Beatrice's hands are rough. They're not soft like a baby's hands because she works hard every day. She pulls weeds from the fields, those pesky plants that grow where they're not wanted. Her hands get dirty and they feel scratchy from all that work. But Beatrice doesn't mind. She likes working because it helps her village have food. Even though her hands are rough, they're gentle when she hugs her kids or pats her goat. And while she works, she hums a soft tune, like a little song that makes her heart happy. It's a quiet hum, like a lullaby you sing to yourself. Beatrice lives in a one-room house. It's not a big house with lots of rooms like some houses today. It's just one room, small and cozy, made of wood and mud. The house has a straw roof, like a pile of dried grass. Inside, there's a dirt floor, a little fire pit, and a bed made of straw. Beatrice shares this house with her husband, Willem, and their two children, Agnes and Tom. Oh, and there's a goat named Clover who lives with them too. The house is tiny, but it's full of love. It feels warm and safe, like a big hug from someone you love. By the time the sun goes down, Beatrice is always sleepy. Her body feels heavy, like it's ready to sink into a soft bed. She's been working all day, pulling weeds, carrying water, making bread. All that work makes her tired in a good way, like when you play outside all day and then want to nap. When the sky turns pink and orange at dusk, Beatrice yawns. Her eyes get droopy and she starts thinking about her bed. She loves bedtime because it's so cozy, and she can't wait to snuggle up with her family. Beatrice is lovable, like a warm hug. When you meet her, you feel happy, like you're wrapped in a soft blanket. She's kind to everyone, always smiling or sharing a little joke. Her quiet laugh makes people feel calm, like everything is okay. She's the kind of person you want to sit with by a fire, listening to stories. And right now, as the day ends, she's thinking about her straw bed. It's not a fancy bed, but it's her favorite place where she can rest and dream. Let's talk more about Beatrice's kind eyes. They're brown, like the dirt in her fields, and they shine with warmth. When she looks at her children, her eyes say, "I love you." When she looks at her goat, Clover, her eyes say, "You're my friend." Even when she's tired, her eyes are gentle. They make people feel safe, like they can tell her anything. Beatrice doesn't need fancy things to be special. Her eyes and her heart make her special, and that's enough. Her laugh is so nice. It's not loud or wild. It's soft, like a little breeze rustling leaves. When Beatrice laughs, it's because something small made her happy. Maybe her son, Tom, said something funny, like pretending he's a knight. Or maybe Clover the goat did a silly jump. Beatrice giggles quietly, and it's like music that makes you want to smile. Her laugh is part of what makes her so lovable. It's like a warm light in her little house, making everyone feel cozy. Beatrice isn't fancy, and she doesn't want to be. In her village, nobody has fancy clothes or shiny shoes. They wear simple clothes made of wool, rough but warm. Beatrice's dress is brown, with patches where it got torn. She doesn't care about looking perfect. She cares about her family and her work. Her hair is tied back with a piece of cloth, and it's messy from working in the fields. But that's okay. Beatrice is happy being herself, and that makes her even more lovable. Her hands are rough from pulling weeds. Let's think about that. Weeds are plants that grow in the fields, stealing space from the good plants like wheat or carrots. Beatrice spends hours pulling them out one by one. She bends down, grabs the weed, and tugs until it comes free. It's hard work, and it makes her hands tough and scratchy. Sometimes her fingers get sore, but she keeps going. She knows her work helps her village have food. And while she pulls weeds, she hums her soft song, making the work feel a little easier. That humming is so special. It's not a loud song with words. It's just a gentle sound, like mmmmmmmmmm. Beatrice hums when she's working, when she's cooking, or when she's tucking her kids into bed. It's her way of feeling calm. Her humming is like a warm blanket for her heart. When her children hear it, they know everything is okay. When Clover the goat hears it, she wags her little tail. Beatrice's hum is like a tiny gift she gives to everyone around her. Let's talk about her house again. It's just one room, small and simple. The walls are made of wood and mud, stuck together to keep out the wind. The roof is straw, tied in big bundles. Sometimes, when it rains, a little water drips through, plink, plink. Beatrice puts a bucket under the leak and smiles. The floor is dirt, but she sweeps it clean every day. In the middle of the room is a fire pit where they cook food and stay warm. The house smells like straw and smoke and bread. It's not big, but it's home. Beatrice shares this house with her husband, Willem. He's a kind man who works in the fields too. He has a big smile and strong arms from carrying heavy things. Willem and Beatrice work together to take care of their family. They laugh together and they help each other when things are hard. Willem loves Beatrice's humming, and he sometimes hums along, though his voice is deeper. They're a team, and their little house feels full of love because of them. Their two children are Agnes and Tom. Agnes is a little girl with messy hair and a big heart. She's 6 years old, and she loves to follow Beatrice around, helping with small chores. Tom is a boy, 4 years old, and he's always running and playing. He likes to pretend he's a brave knight, waving a stick like a sword. Agnes and Tom make Beatrice smile every day. They're her treasures, and she loves tucking them into bed at night, safe and warm. Then there's Clover, the goat. Clover is small, with soft brown fur and big, curious eyes. She lives in the house with the family, sleeping in a corner on a pile of straw. Clover gives milk that Beatrice uses to make cheese. She's a sweet goat, but sometimes she's naughty, nibbling on things she shouldn't. Beatrice laughs when Clover gets into trouble. Clover is part of the family, and she makes the house feel even cozier with her soft bleats and warm fur. Beatrice gets so sleepy by dusk. Dusk is when the sun goes down and the sky turns pretty colors like pink and purple. After a long day of work, Beatrice's body feels heavy, like it's full of sand. Her arms are tired from carrying buckets. Her legs are tired from walking in the fields. Her eyes are droopy, like they want to close all by themselves. She yawns, big and slow, and she knows it's almost time for bed. That makes her happy, because bed is her favorite place. Her body is heavy from the day. Let's think about what she does. In the morning, Beatrice wakes up early. She milks Clover, squeezing the goat's milk into a bucket. She carries water from the stream, which is heavy and makes her arms ache. She pulls weeds in the fields, bending down over and over. She makes bread, kneading the dough with her strong hands. All these things take a lot of energy. By the end of the day, Beatrice is ready to rest. Her body says, "Please let me lie down," and she listens. Beatrice is lovable, like a warm hug. She's the kind of person who makes you feel good just by being near her. Her kind eyes, her quiet laugh, her soft humming, they're all like a big, cozy blanket. When she's with her family, she's always gentle. She brushes Agnes's hair or tells Tom a story. She pats Clover's head or shares a smile with Willem. Everyone in the village likes Beatrice because she's so kind. She's like a friend you want to snuggle up with on a cold night. Right now, Beatrice is thinking about her straw bed. It's not a fancy bed like some people have today, with soft mattresses and fluffy pillows. It's just a pile of straw covered with a wool blanket. The straw is a little scratchy, but the blanket is warm and soft. Beatrice loves her bed because it's where she rests with her family. She can't wait to climb in, snuggle close to Willem, Agnes, and Tom, and listen to Clover's soft noises. It's the coziest place in the world. Let's imagine Beatrice's day for a moment. She wakes up when the sun comes up. The house is quiet and the air is cool. She gets out of bed, stretches, and starts her work. She milks Clover, who bleats happily. She carries water from the stream, walking slowly so it doesn't spill. She pulls weeds in the fields, humming her soft song. She makes bread, stirring soup, and sweeps the floor. All day she's busy, but she's happy. Her work makes her family's life good, and that makes her heart full. By dusk, Beatrice is so tired. The sun is setting and the village is getting quiet. The birds stop singing and the wind feels softer. Beatrice finishes her last chore, maybe putting away a basket or stirring the fire. She looks at the sky, all pink and pretty, and she yawns. Her body feels like it's ready to melt into the ground. Her eyes are heavy and her legs don't want to move anymore. She knows it's time to go inside, to her little house, and get ready for bed. Her house is so cozy. Let's picture it again. The walls are rough, made of wood and mud. The roof is straw and it smells like dried grass. The floor is dirt, but it's clean because Beatrice sweeps it. There's a fire pit in the middle with a small fire crackling. The house is small, but it's perfect for Beatrice and her family. Willem is there, maybe fixing a tool. Agnes and Tom are playing, giggling softly. Clover is in her corner, chewing on some straw. It's a happy place, full of love. Beatrice's bed is waiting for her. It's just straw piled up on a wooden frame. She spreads a wool blanket over it and it feels soft against her skin. The bed isn't big, but it's big enough for her family. Willem lies on one side, Beatrice on the other, and Agnes and Tom are in the middle. They all fit like pieces of a puzzle. Clover sleeps nearby, her soft breathing like a little song. Beatrice loves this bed because it's where she feels safe and warm. Her kind eyes are so special. When Beatrice looks at you, it's like she's saying, "You're okay." Her eyes are warm like a sunny day. Even when she's tired, they shine with love. She looks at Agnes and Tom with those eyes and they know she loves them. She looks at Willem and he feels strong. She looks at Clover and the goat feels happy. Beatrice's eyes are like a gift, making everyone around her feel good. Her quiet laugh is like a treasure. It's not loud like some laughs. It's soft and gentle like bubbles floating in the air. When Beatrice laughs, it's because something small and sweet happened. Maybe Agnes drew a picture in the dirt, or Tom tripped and giggled. Maybe Clover stole a piece of bread and ran away. Beatrice's laugh makes the house feel warm like a candle glowing in the dark. It's one of the things that makes her so lovable. Beatrice isn't fancy, and that's okay. She doesn't want to be. Her clothes are simple, just a wool dress and a shawl to keep her warm. Her shoes are old, made of leather, and they're worn from walking. Her hair is messy, tied back with a cloth. She doesn't have jewelry or makeup, but Beatrice is beautiful because of her heart. Her kindness, her humming, her laugh, they make her shine. She's happy being a peasant, living in her little village. Her hands are rough, but they're strong. Pulling weeds is hard work. Beatrice spends hours in the fields, tugging out those stubborn plants. Her hands get dirty and her fingers get tired. But she keeps going because she knows her work matters. She hums while she works and it makes the time pass. Her rough hands are part of who she is. They show how hard she works for her family, and that makes her proud. Her humming is like a soft breeze. It's not a big song, just a little sound she makes. M. She hums when she's happy, when she's tired, when she's working. It's her way of saying, "I'm okay." Her children love her humming. It makes them feel safe, like a warm blanket. Willem loves it too, and sometimes he smiles when he hears it. Clover wags her tail like she's listening. Beatrice's hum is a tiny piece of magic in her simple life. Her house is small, but it's home. The one room is enough for Beatrice and her family. The fire pit keeps them warm and the straw bed is cozy. Willem, Agnes, Tom, and Clover all share this space and it feels just right. The house smells like straw and smoke, with a little bit of bread or soup. It's not fancy, but it's full of love. Beatrice sweeps the floor, fixes the fire, and makes sure everyone is happy. This is her world and she loves it. By dusk, Beatrice is so sleepy. Her body is heavy, like it's made of stones. Her arms are tired from working, her legs are tired from walking. Her eyes feel like they want to close forever. She yawns, and it's a big, slow yawn that makes her whole body relax. She looks at the sky, all pretty with colors, and she knows it's time for bed. She's ready to go inside to her cozy house and climb into her straw bed. Beatrice is lovable, like a warm hug. She's kind, gentle, and full of love. Her eyes, her laugh, her humming, they all make people happy. She's the kind of person who makes you feel safe, like everything is okay. Right now she's thinking about her bed, about snuggling with her family. She can't wait to lie down, feel Willem's warmth, hear Agnes and Tom's soft breaths, and listen to Clover's quiet noises. It's the best part of her day and it's coming soon. Let's picture Beatrice one more time. She's standing outside her house watching the sun go down. Her kind eyes are soft, her quiet laugh is ready to bubble up. Her rough hands rest by her sides, tired but strong. She hums her little song, mmmmmmmmmm, as the sky turns pink. Her one-room house is waiting, with Willem, Agnes, Tom, and Clover inside. She's sleepy, her body heavy, but she's happy. She's thinking about her straw bed, where she'll sleep with her family, cozy and safe. Beatrice is lovable, like a warm hug, and she's ready to rest. Beatrice wakes up when the rooster crows. The rooster's loud cock-a-doodle-doo fills the air just as the sky starts to turn gray. It's early before the sun comes up and the world feels quiet and soft. Beatrice opens her eyes slowly, still cozy in her straw bed. She yawns, a big, slow yawn that makes her whole body feel awake. She stretches her arms and legs like a cat waking up from a nap. Then she steps onto the cold dirt floor of her little house. Let's imagine this morning with her, nice and slow, like we're wrapped in a warm blanket, feeling calm and sleepy. The air in the house is chilly. It's early and the fire from last night has gone out. Beatrice feels the cold on her skin, so she pulls her wool shawl tight around her shoulders. The shawl is soft and warm, like a hug from someone she loves. It makes her feel cozy, even though the morning is cool. She takes a deep breath and the air smells like straw and a little bit of smoke from the fire pit. It's a simple smell, but it's home and it makes her happy. Her children, Agnes and Tom, start to stir in the bed. They're still sleepy, mumbling little words that don't make much sense. Bread, Agnes says, dreaming about breakfast. Tom mutters something about a dog, his voice soft and slurry. Beatrice smiles when she hears them. Their sleepy sounds are like a little song, making the house feel alive. She loves her children, and their mumbles make her heart feel warm, like a sunny day. Clover the goat bleats from her corner of the house. Bah, she says loud and clear. Clover is hungry and ready for breakfast. Her bleat is like a reminder that the day is starting. Beatrice chuckles softly. Clover is always eager in the morning, with her big eyes and wagging tail. Beatrice knows she'll milk Clover soon, but first she takes a moment to enjoy the quiet. The house is waking up, but it's a slow, gentle kind of waking, like the world is stretching and yawning with her. It's a simple start to the day, slow and gentle. There's no rush, no hurry. Beatrice doesn't have a clock buzzing or a phone beeping. She doesn't need them. The rooster and the gray sky tell her it's time to get up. The village outside is quiet, with just a few soft sounds, a bird chirping, the wind rustling the straw roof. It's like the world is waking up with Beatrice, taking its time, feeling calm and peaceful. She loves this moment because it feels like the day is brand new, full of little promises. Beatrice smiles because mornings feel like a promise. A promise that the day will be good, that she'll work and laugh and be with her family. A promise that the sun will rise, the fields will grow, and the night will come again with cozy sleep. Her smile is soft, like the light starting to creep into the sky. She's ready to begin, but she's not in a hurry. Let's stay with her in this quiet morning and feel the calm of her world. Let's think about that rooster again. The rooster lives near Beatrice's house in a little pen with the chickens. Every morning when the sky is still dark, he crows, cock-a-doodle-doo. It's a big, loud sound that wakes up the whole village. Beatrice doesn't mind. She likes the rooster's call. It's like a friend saying, "Good morning, time to start the day." When she hears it, she knows it's time to open her eyes. The rooster is part of her morning, and it makes her feel ready to move. When Beatrice wakes up, she's still in her straw bed. The bed is simple, just a pile of straw with a wool blanket on top. It's a little scratchy, but it's warm from her family sleeping close. Her husband, Willem, is next to her, still snoring softly. Agnes and Tom are in the middle, curled up like little kittens. Beatrice loves waking up with them. Their warmth makes the bed feel like the coziest place in the world. She lies there for a moment, listening to the rooster, feeling the quiet of the house. Then she yawns. It's a big yawn, the kind that makes your mouth open wide and your eyes squint. Yawning feels good, like her body is saying, "Okay, I'm awake." Beatrice yawns again, softer this time, and it makes her feel calm. She stretches her arms up high, then out to the sides. She stretches her legs, pointing her toes. Stretching wakes up her muscles, like shaking out a blanket. It feels nice, especially after a long night of sleep. She's ready to get up, but she takes her time. Stepping onto the dirt floor is a little shock. The floor is cold because it's just packed dirt, and the house is cool in the morning. Beatrice's toes curl a bit, feeling the chill. The floor is smooth from years of sweeping, but it's still cold without shoes. She doesn't mind too much. She knows the house will warm up later when she lights the fire. For now, she just steps carefully, feeling the earth under her feet. It's a simple feeling, like being connected to the ground. The air is chilly, and Beatrice feels it on her arms and face. The house is small, just one room, and without the fire it gets cold at night. Beatrice reaches for her wool shawl, which is hanging on a peg by the bed. The shawl is brown, soft from years of use, and it smells like wool and a little like straw. She wraps it around her shoulders, pulling it tight. The shawl feels like a warm hug, keeping the cold away. Beatrice sighs, happy to be cozy even in the chilly morning. Let's think about that shawl. It's not fancy, just a big piece of wool cloth. Beatrice made it herself, spinning the wool from sheep and weaving it on a loom. It's rough but soft, and it's warm enough to make her feel snug. She wears it every morning and sometimes all day, especially when it's cold. The shawl is like a friend, always there to keep her warm. When she pulls it tight, it's like wrapping up in a blanket, and it makes the chilly air feel okay. Her children, Agnes and Tom, are still in bed, stirring a little. Agnes is 6, with messy hair and a sweet smile. She mumbles bread, like she's dreaming of breakfast. Her voice is soft, barely a whisper. Tom is 4, always full of energy, but now he's sleepy. He mutters, "Dog run," like he's chasing something in his dreams. Their sleepy words make Beatrice smile. She loves hearing them because it means they're safe and cozy in bed. Their mumbles are like little gifts, making the morning feel special. Agnes and Tom are Beatrice's treasures. Agnes likes to help her mom with chores like sweeping the floor or feeding Clover. Tom likes to play, running around pretending he's a knight. But in the morning, they're both quiet, still half asleep. Beatrice watches them for a moment, her heart full of love. Their sleepy faces are so cute, with closed eyes and soft breaths. She knows they'll wake up soon, ready to eat and play, but for now, she lets them rest. Clover the goat bleats again. Baa! It's a loud sound, and it makes Beatrice laugh quietly. Clover is in her corner of the house, standing on her pile of straw. Her brown fur is fluffy, and her big eyes look at Beatrice like she's saying, "Feed me." Clover gives milk every day, and Beatrice will milk her soon. But Clover is impatient, and her bleats are her way of saying, "Hurry up." Beatrice loves Clover even when she's bossy. The goats' noises make the house feel alive, like everyone is ready to start the day. Let's picture Clover. She's a small goat with short legs and a wagging tail. Her fur is soft, and she likes to nuzzle Beatrice's hand when she's happy. Clover sleeps in the house in a corner with straw because it's too cold outside at night. Her bleats are loud, but they're part of the morning. Beatrice knows Clover is hungry for her breakfast, some hay and maybe a few scraps of vegetables. She'll feed her soon, but first, she enjoys the quiet moment. The morning is simple, slow, and gentle. Beatrice doesn't have a big list of things to do right away. She doesn't check a phone or turn on a light. Her house is dark, lit only by the gray light coming through the gaps in the walls. The village outside is waking up too, but it's quiet. She hears a dog bark far away and maybe another rooster crowing. The wind moves the straw roof, making a soft rustling sound. It's like the world is saying, "Good morning," in a calm, gentle way. Beatrice loves this slow start. She doesn't have to rush. The day will be full of work, milking Clover, carrying water, pulling weeds, but for now it's just her and the quiet morning. She moves slowly, letting her body wake up. Her yawn and stretch make her feel ready, but she's not in a hurry. The gray sky outside is getting lighter, and soon the sun will peek over the hills. It's a peaceful time, and Beatrice feels calm, like the world is holding her gently. Mornings feel like a promise to Beatrice. A promise that the day will be good even if it's hard work. A promise that she'll see her children smile, hear Willem laugh, and pat Clover's head. A promise that the fields will grow, the fire will burn, and the night will bring cozy sleep again. Beatrice smiles as she thinks about this. Her smile is small, but it's full of hope. She loves mornings because they're a new start, like opening a fresh page in a book. Let's think about that gray sky. It's not bright yet, just a soft gray, like a blanket over the village. The stars are gone and the moon is fading. The air outside is cool, maybe with a little mist. Beatrice can't see much through the gaps in her walls, but she knows the sky is there, getting ready to turn blue. The gray light makes the house feel quiet, like it's still half asleep. It's a gentle light, perfect for waking up slowly. When Beatrice steps onto the dirt floor, she feels the cold again. The floor is hard, but it's smooth from years of walking and sweeping. She doesn't wear shoes yet, so her feet feel the chill. It's okay though, she's used to it. She takes a few steps, careful not to wake her family too soon. The cold floor is part of her morning, like the rooster's crow or Clover's bleat. It's simple, but it's hers, and it makes her feel connected to her home. The chilly air makes her pull her shawl tighter. The wool is warm against her skin and it smells familiar, like her house. Beatrice loves her shawl. It's old with a few holes, but it's perfect for mornings. She wraps it around her shoulders, then her chest, making sure no cold air sneaks in. The shawl is like a shield, keeping her cozy. She feels safe with it, ready to start her day even if the air is cool. Agnes and Tom mumble again. Agnes says, warm, like she's feeling the blanket. Tom mutters, run fast, still dreaming. Their voices are so soft, like little whispers in the quiet house. Beatrice listens, her smile growing. She loves these sounds. They mean her children are safe, warm, and happy. She knows they'll wake up soon with big yawns and hungry bellies. But for now, she lets them dream, enjoying their sleepy words. Clover bleats one more time. Bah! It's louder now and Beatrice shakes her head, still smiling. Clover is ready for the day even if Beatrice is taking her time. The goat's eyes are wide and her tail wags like she's excited. Beatrice will milk her soon, filling a bucket with fresh milk for the family. Clover's milk makes cheese and helps with breakfast. Beatrice loves Clover's energy even if it's a bit bossy. It's part of what makes the morning fun. The morning is so simple. There's no noise from cars or machines. The village is waking up, but it's slow. Beatrice hears a soft cluck from the chickens outside, maybe a cow mooing far away. The wind moves through the trees, making a gentle whoosh. It's like the world is breathing, calm and steady. Beatrice feels part of it, like she's waking up with the earth. She loves this feeling because it's peaceful, like floating on a quiet river. Beatrice's smile is soft, like the gray light outside. She feels happy, even though the day will be full of work. Mornings are special to her. They're quiet, gentle, and full of hope. She knows she'll spend the day with her family, working and laughing. She knows Clover will bleat, Agnes will help, and Tom will play. And she knows the night will come with cozy sleep in their straw bed. This promise makes her smile, and it makes the morning feel like a gift. Let's stay with Beatrice a little longer. She's standing in her small house, her shawl tight around her. The rooster has crowed and the sky is gray. Her children mumble, Clover bleats, and the air is chilly. It's a simple morning, slow and gentle, like the world is waking up with her. Beatrice yawns again, stretches, and steps onto the cold floor. She smiles because mornings are a promise of love, work, and cozy rest to come. Let's drift with her, feeling calm and sleepy, ready for the day. Beatrice moves through her day, one task at a time. She doesn't rush or hurry. Each job is small, like a little step on a long path. She does them slowly, with care, and they make her day feel full. Her work is simple, but it's important, and it keeps her family happy. Let's follow her nice and slow, like we're walking through a quiet field, feeling calm and ready to rest. First, she milks Clover, her hands steady. Clover is her goat, and every morning Beatrice sits next to her on a little stool. She squeezes Clover's udder and milk squirts into a wooden bucket. The rhythm is soothing, like a soft song, squirt, squirt, squirt. Beatrice's hands know what to do, moving the same way every day. Clover stands still, chewing some hay, happy to be with Beatrice. The milk fills the bucket, and Beatrice feels proud. This is her first task, and it's a good start to the day. Next, she carries water from the stream. The stream is not far from her house, but the bucket is heavy. Beatrice walks slowly, her steps careful under the weight. The water sloshes a little, making a soft splashing sound. Her arms feel the strain, but she keeps going. She needs the water for cooking, washing, and giving to Clover. Each step is slow and the path is bumpy, but Beatrice doesn't mind. She likes the quiet walk, with the birds singing and the sun shining. The sun climbs higher in the sky, and Beatrice needs dough for bread. She stands in her small house, a wooden table in front of her. The dough is soft and sticky, made from flour and water. She pushes it with her hands, folding and pressing over and over. Her arms get tired, but she's sure of her movements. Kneading is hard work, but it's also calming, like rocking a baby. Beatrice knows the bread will feed her family, and that makes her happy. She keeps going, her hands strong and steady. Each chore is small, but they pile up like stones in a wall. One task after another, milking, carrying, kneading, builds her day. Each job is like a little stone, and together they make something big and strong, like a wall that keeps her family safe. Beatrice doesn't think about all the tasks at once. She just does one, then the next, then the next. It's a simple way to work, and it makes her feel calm, like she's part of a gentle rhythm. By afternoon, Beatrice's eyelids feel heavy. The sun is high and she's been working all morning. Her body is tired and her eyes want to close. She yawns, a big slow yawn, and she dreams of lying down. She thinks about her straw bed, cozy and warm, where she can rest with her husband, Willem, and her children, Agnes and Tom. The thought of sleep makes her smile, but she keeps working. There's still more to do, but the dream of rest is like a soft promise waiting for her. Let's go back to milking Clover. Beatrice loves this task. She sits on her stool, a bucket under Clover's udder. Clover is a small goat with soft brown fur and big eyes. She bleats softly, "Baa," as Beatrice starts milking. Beatrice's hands are steady, like they've done this 1,000 times. She squeezes gently and the milk comes out in little streams, squirt, squirt. The sound is soothing, like rain tapping on a roof. Beatrice hums a little tune, while she works. It's a quiet moment, just her and Clover, and it feels peaceful. Milking Clover takes time, but Beatrice doesn't rush. She moves slowly, letting the rhythm guide her. The bucket gets heavier as it fills with milk. The milk is white and warm, and Beatrice knows it will help her family. She can make cheese with it or use it in soup. Clover stands patiently, munching on hay, her tail wagging. Beatrice pats Clover's side when she's done, saying, "Good girl." Clover bleats again, like she's saying thank you. This task is small, but it's important, and it makes Beatrice feel good. Now let's think about carrying water. The stream is down a little path, past some trees. Beatrice picks up her wooden bucket, which is old and a bit rough. She walks to the stream, her steps slow and steady. The stream is clear, with water gurgling over rocks. Beatrice dips the bucket in and it fills up fast. The water is cold and the bucket gets heavy. She lifts it carefully, holding it with both hands. Her arms feel the weight and her shoulders ache a little, but she's strong from doing this every day. The walk back to the house is slow. The bucket is heavy and Beatrice doesn't want to spill. She takes small steps, watching the ground so she doesn't trip. The water sloshes, making a soft slosh slosh sound. The sun is shining now, warming her face, and the birds are singing in the trees. Beatrice likes this walk even though it's hard. It's quiet and she can think about her day. She thinks about her children playing in the yard and Willem working in the fields. The water is for them, and that makes the heavy bucket feel okay. When she gets home, Beatrice sets the bucket down. Her arms are tired and she shakes them out, like shaking water off her hands. The water will be used for lots of things: cooking soup, washing dishes, giving Clover a drink. Beatrice feels proud that she brought it. It's a small task, but it's part of her day, like a little piece of a puzzle. She takes a moment to rest, sitting on a stool, feeling the sun through the open door. The village is quiet and she feels calm, like she's doing exactly what she's supposed to do. Now let's talk about kneading dough. Beatrice makes bread every day because bread is what her family eats with soup or cheese. She stands at her table, a big lump of dough in front of her. The dough is soft, like a squishy ball, but it's sticky too. Beatrice sprinkles some flour on it so it doesn't stick to her hands. Then she starts kneading. She pushes the dough with her palms, folds it over, and pushes again. It's like playing with clay, but harder. Her arms work back and forth, and her hands get tired. Kneading is a steady rhythm, like a slow dance. Push, fold. Beatrice's arms feel heavy, but she's sure of what she's doing. She knows how the dough should feel, soft but strong, ready to bake into bread. She hums while she kneads, her soft filling the house. The sun is higher now, coming through the gaps in the walls, making the room feel warm. Beatrice's children, Agnes and Tom, are outside, playing and laughing. Their voices make her smile as she works. The dough takes time to get right. Beatrice kneads for a long time until her arms ache. But she doesn't stop because she knows the bread will be good. When it's ready, she shapes it into a round loaf and sets it by the fire to rise. Later, she'll bake it and the house will smell like warm bread. That smell is one of her favorites, like a cozy hug. Kneading is hard, but it's worth it. It's another small task, but it's part of her day, like a stone in her wall. Let's think about those chores piling up. Each one is small, like milking Clover, carrying water, or kneading dough. But together they make a big day. Beatrice doesn't do them all at once. She does one, then rests a little, then does the next. It's like building a wall, stone by stone. Each chore is a stone, and by the end of the day, she's built something strong, her family's life. This way of working is simple, and it makes Beatrice feel calm, like she's part of a slow, steady song. Milking Clover is one of those stones. Beatrice loves sitting with her goat, feeling the rhythm of the milk. Squirt, squirt, squirt. It's like a heartbeat, steady and soothing. Clover is her friend, and Beatrice talks to her sometimes, saying, "You're a good goat, Clover." Clover bleats back like she understands. The bucket gets full and Beatrice carries it inside, careful not to spill. This task is done and she feels happy. It's a small job, but it's important, and it's one step in her day. Carrying water is another stone. The stream is pretty, with green grass along its banks. Beatrice likes the sound of the water gurgling and bubbling. She fills her bucket and lifts it, feeling the weight. Her steps are slow and the path is uneven, with little rocks and roots. She watches her feet, making sure she doesn't fall. The bucket sloshes and some water splashes on her dress, but she doesn't mind. She's used to it. When she gets home, she sets the bucket down and sighs. Another task done, another stone in her wall. Kneading dough is a big stone because it takes a lot of energy. Beatrice's arms get so tired, but she keeps going. The dough is soft under her hands and she likes how it feels, like a living thing. She pushes and folds until it's just right. Her children's laughter outside makes her heart light and her humming keeps her calm. When the dough is ready, she covers it with a cloth and lets it rest. She rests too, sitting for a moment, feeling the warmth of the house. Another task done, another stone placed. By afternoon, Beatrice is tired. The sun is high and the village is busy with sounds: chickens clucking, a cow mooing, children playing. Beatrice has done so many tasks and her body feels heavy, like it's made of clay. Her eyelids droop and she blinks slowly, trying to stay awake. She yawns again, a big one, and it makes her shoulders relax. She thinks about her straw bed where she sleeps with Willem, Agnes, and Tom. The bed is warm and cozy, and she dreams of lying down, closing her eyes and resting. Let's imagine that tiredness. Beatrice has been working since the rooster crowed. She milked Clover, carried water, kneaded dough, and did other small chores, like sweeping the floor or feeding the chickens. Each task took a little bit of her energy, like water dripping from a bucket. Now in the afternoon, her bucket is almost empty. Her arms are heavy, her legs are slow, and her eyes want to close. She's not sad though, she's happy because her work helps her family. But she's so ready to rest. The dream of lying down is strong. Beatrice pictures her bed with its straw and wool blanket. She thinks about Willem, who will be next to her, snoring softly. She thinks about Agnes and Tom, curled up in the middle, their breaths like a little song. She thinks about Clover, sleeping in her corner, adding warmth to the house. The thought of bed is like a soft light, guiding her through the day. She knows she'll get there soon, after all her tasks are done. Let's go back to milking Clover one more time. Beatrice sits on her stool, the bucket ready. Clover stands still, her eyes half closed, happy to be milked. Beatrice's hands move steadily, squeezing and releasing. The milk squirts out, filling the bucket with a soft, steady sound. Beatrice hums, her voice low and calm. The house is quiet, except for the squirt, squirt of the milk and Clover's soft chewing. It's a peaceful moment, and Beatrice feels like she's part of something simple and good. Carrying water is hard, but Beatrice is strong. She walks to the stream, her bucket swinging in her hand. The water is cold when she fills the bucket, and it's heavy when she lifts it. Her arms ache, but she keeps her steps slow and careful. The path is familiar, with grass and dirt under her feet. She hears birds and feels the sun, and it makes the walk nice, even with the heavy bucket. When she gets home, she sets the bucket down and smiles. She did it, and her family will have water for the day. Kneading dough is like a workout. Beatrice stands at her table, pushing the dough with her hands. It's soft and squishy, but it takes strength to knead it right. She folds it, pushes it, folds it again. Her arms get tired and her hands feel warm from the work. But she keeps going because she loves making bread. The smell of the dough, the sound of her children outside, the warmth of the house, it all makes her happy. When the dough is ready, she feels proud, like she's built another stone in her wall. Each chore is small, but they add up. Beatrice doesn't think about the whole day at once. She just does one task, then the next, like walking step by step. Milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough, they're all part of her life, like beads on a string. Each one makes her day stronger, like stones making a wall. This way of working is simple, and it keeps her calm, like listening to a slow, soft lullaby. By afternoon, Beatrice's eyelids are so heavy. She's tired from all her work, and her body wants to rest. Her eyes feel like they're full of sand, and she blinks slowly, yawning again. She dreams of her bed, where she can lie down and feel safe. The thought of sleep is like a warm hug waiting for her at the end of the day. Beatrice keeps working, but she's happy because she knows rest is coming. Her day is full of tiny tasks, and they're leading her to a cozy night. All the work Beatrice does, milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough, makes her body so tired. It's not a bad tired, but a soft, heavy feeling, like her body is ready to melt into a cozy bed. Her arms and legs feel slow and her eyes want to close. This tiredness is called exhaustion, and it's okay because it means she worked hard. Let's picture Beatrice as she feels this, nice and slow, like we're sitting by a warm fire, ready to feel sleepy ourselves. Her muscles ache, but it's a good ache. It's not like when you hurt yourself and it stings. It's a soft ache, like her body is saying, "You did a lot today, good job." It feels like the earth itself, the ground she walks on, is whispering, "Rest now, it's time." Beatrice likes this feeling. It's like a warm hug from the world, telling her she can stop and relax. Her muscles are tired from all the work, but that tiredness is cozy, like a blanket wrapping around her. The work Beatrice does is like a lullaby. a soft song that makes her sleepy. All that physical work using her hands, her arms, her legs pulls her towards sleep like a gentle hand guiding her to bed. She doesn't need pills to help her sleep or apps on a phone to tell her when to rest. Her body knows when it's time. It feels heavy and ready, like it's saying, "Okay, let's sleep now." This is how it was for peasants like Beatrice a long time ago. Their work was their lullaby, and it worked every night. Beatrice doesn't need anything fancy to sleep. No pills, no special drinks, no machines. Her body is smart. It knows that after a day of hard work, it's time to rest. Milking clover, carrying water, kneading dough, all these jobs make her tired in a good way. Her body feels like it's done its job and now it can relax. This is a simple way to live, and it makes Beatrice feel calm, like she's part of a quiet, sleepy world. As the day starts to fade, Beatrice sighs. It's a cozy sigh, like letting out a big breath after a long day. The sun is going down and the sky is turning pink and purple. The village is getting quiet and Beatrice feels ready to rest. Her sigh is soft, like a little puff of air, and it makes her feel peaceful. She's tired, but she's happy because she knows sleep is coming. Let's stay with her, feeling that cozy tiredness, like we're ready to snuggle up too. Let's think about all that work Beatrice does. First, there's milking Clover. She sits on a little stool next to her goat, Clover, who has soft brown fur and big eyes. Beatrice squeezes Clover's udder and milk squirts into a bucket. Squirt, squirt, squirt. It's a steady rhythm, like a song. Her hands move over and over and it's hard work. Her fingers get tired and her arms feel heavy. But Beatrice likes it. The sound of the milk and Clover's soft bleats make her feel calm. Milking is a big job, and it's one reason her body gets so tired. Then there's carrying water. Beatrice walks to the stream, a little path away from her house. She carries a wooden bucket, which is empty and light at first. At the stream, she dips the bucket in and the cold water fills it up. Now it's heavy and her arms feel the weight. She walks back slowly, her steps careful so she doesn't spill. The bucket pulls on her shoulders and her legs work hard to keep going. It's tough, but Beatrice is strong. Carrying water makes her muscles tired, and that's part of why she feels so sleepy later. Kneading dough is another job. Beatrice makes bread every day and kneading is how she starts. She stands at a wooden table in her small house with a big lump of dough. She pushes it with her hands, folds it, and pushes again. It's like playing with clay, but it takes a lot of strength. Her arms get sore and her hands feel warm from the work. She kneads for a long time until the dough is soft and ready to bake. This job makes her arms and shoulders ache, but it's a good ache because it means she's making food for her family. All these jobs, milking, carrying, kneading, pile up and make Beatrice's body soft with exhaustion. Exhaustion is a big word, but it just means being super tired. Her arms feel like they can't lift anything anymore. Her legs feel like they want to sit down forever. Her back is a little sore from bending and carrying, but this tiredness is okay. It's not a bad feeling. It's like her body is ready to rest, like a toy winding down after a busy day. Beatrice feels soft and heavy, like she's sinking into a cozy cloud. Let's think about that good ache in her muscles. When Beatrice milks Clover, her hands and arms work hard. The squeezing makes her fingers tired and her arms feel heavy, like they're full of sand. When she carries water, her shoulders and arms ache from the weight of the bucket. Her legs get tired from walking and holding her up. When she needs dough, her arms and hands work so much that they feel warm and sore. But all these aches are good. They're like a sign that she did her work well. They make her body ready to rest. The earth seems to talk to Beatrice through her aches. It's like the ground, the fields, and the village are saying, "You worked hard today, now it's time to rest." The earth is where Beatrice lives and works. She walks on it, plants seeds in it, and gets water from it. When her muscles ache, it's like the earth is giving her a message. "Rest now," it says, soft and kind. Beatrice listens to this message. She knows her body needs sleep, and she's happy to give it what it wants. The work Beatrice does is like a lullaby. A lullaby is a soft song that helps you sleep, like "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." But for Beatrice, her lullaby isn't a song with words, it's the work she does with her body. Milking clover is like a slow, steady beat. Carrying water is like a gentle rhythm, step by step. Kneading dough is like a soft dance, push and fold. All these jobs make her body tired, and that tiredness pulls her towards sleep, like a lullaby pulling a baby to dreamland. Let's imagine milking clover again. Beatrice sits on her stool, the bucket under Clover's udder. She squeezes and the milk squirts out. Squirt, squirt. Her hands move over and over and it's hard work. Her fingers get sore and her arms feel heavy. Clover stands still, chewing hay, her tail wagging. Beatrice hums a little tune, mm, and it makes the job feel nice. The milk fills the bucket and Beatrice feels proud. But her hands are tired, and that tiredness is part of her lullaby, helping her feel sleepy later. Carrying water is another part of the lullaby. Beatrice walks to the stream, her bucket in her hand. The stream is pretty, with clear water and little rocks. She fills the bucket and it gets so heavy. She lifts it with both hands, her arms working hard. Her steps are slow and the bucket pulls on her shoulders. Her legs feel tired from walking and her back aches a little. But the walk is quiet, with birds singing and the sun shining. This job makes her body tired, and it's like a soft note in her lullaby, guiding her to rest. Kneading dough is a big part of the lullaby. Beatrice stands at her table, pushing the dough with her hands. It's soft and sticky, and she has to work hard to make it right. She pushes, folds, folds. Her arms get sore and her hands feel warm. It's like a workout, but a calm one. She hums while she works, and the sound of her children playing outside makes her smile. Kneading makes her arms and shoulders ache, but it's a good ache, like a soft song that says, "Sleep is coming." Beatrice doesn't need pills or apps to sleep. A long time ago, people like her didn't have those things. They didn't have medicine to make them sleepy or phones to play relaxing sounds. They didn't need them. Their bodies were smart. After a day of hard work, their bodies knew it was time to rest. Milking, carrying, kneading, these jobs made Beatrice's body ready for sleep. It was like her body had a clock inside, saying, "Work is done, now rest." This was simple and natural, and it worked every night. Let's think about that some more. Today, some people take pills to help them sleep. Others use apps with sounds like rain or waves, but Beatrice didn't need any of that. Her work was enough. When she milked clover, her hands got tired. When she carried water, her arms and legs got heavy. When she kneaded dough, her shoulders ached. All this work made her body soft and ready for bed. It was like her body was saying, "I'm done, let's sleep." Beatrice trusted her body, and it always knew what to do. Her body knows when it's time to sleep. After all the work, Beatrice feels heavy, like she's carrying a big, soft blanket inside her. Her arms don't want to lift anymore. Her legs want to sit down. Her eyes feel like they're closing on their own. This is her body's way of talking to her. It's saying, "You worked hard and now it's time to rest." Beatrice listens to her body because it's smart. She doesn't fight the tiredness. She lets it wrap around her like a cozy hug. As the day fades, Beatrice sighs. The sun is going down and the sky is turning pretty colors: pink, purple, and a little orange. The village is getting quiet. The chickens are settling in their pen and the cows are calm in the fields. Beatrice's house is peaceful, with just the soft sounds of her family. Her children, Agnes and Tom, are playing quietly now, tired from their day. Her husband, Willem, is finishing his work. Beatrice feels the day slowing down and she sighs, a soft, cozy sigh. That sigh is special. It's not a sad sigh or a mad sigh. It's a happy, tired sigh, like letting go of all the work. When Beatrice sighs, it's like her body is saying, "Okay, I'm ready to rest." The sigh is soft, like a little breeze, and it makes her feel calm. She stands in her house, her shawl around her shoulders, and looks out at the fading light. The world is getting ready for night, and so is she. Her sigh is like a signal that sleep is coming, and it feels so good. Let's picture Beatrice's tiredness again. She's been working all day. She woke up early when the rooster crowed. She milked Clover, her hands squeezing over and over. She carried water from the stream, her arms aching from the heavy bucket. She kneaded dough, her shoulders sore from pushing and folding. She did other jobs too, like sweeping the floor, feeding the chickens, and pulling weeds. Each job made her a little more tired, like adding a pebble to a pile. Now her pile is big, and her body is soft with exhaustion. Her muscles ache, and it's a good ache. When she milks Clover, her fingers feel sore from squeezing. When she carries water, her arms and shoulders ache from the weight. When she kneads dough, her arms feel heavy, like they're made of clay. But these aches are like friends, telling her she did her work well. They're like the earth talking to her, saying, "You're strong and now you can rest." Beatrice likes this feeling because it means she's ready for sleep. The work is her lullaby. Milking Clover is like a soft beat, steady and calm. Carrying water is like a slow walk, step by step. Kneading dough is like a gentle dance, push and fold. These jobs make her body tired, and that tiredness is like a song that says, "Sleep now." Beatrice doesn't need music or stories to fall asleep. Her work is enough. It pulls her toward her straw bed, where she'll snuggle with her family and rest. Beatrice's body is smart. It knows when it's time to sleep without any help. After all the work, her arms are heavy, her legs are slow, and her eyes are droopy. She doesn't need to check a clock or take a pill. Her body says, "It's time," and she listens. This is how peasants lived a long time ago. They worked hard and their bodies knew when to rest. It was simple and it was perfect for them. Beatrice loves this way of living because it feels natural, like breathing. As the day fades, Beatrice sighs again. The sky is so pretty, with colors mixing like paint. The village is quiet and her house is warm. Her children are inside now, yawning too. Willem is sitting by the fire, his face soft with tiredness. Beatrice feels her body slowing down, like a toy that's winding down. Her sigh is cozy, like a warm breath that says, "I'm ready." She's tired, but she's happy, because she knows she'll sleep well tonight, wrapped in her family's love. Let's stay with Beatrice a little longer. Her body is soft with exhaustion, her muscles ache in a good way, and her work is like a lullaby. She doesn't need pills or apps, her body knows it's time to rest. As the day fades, she sighs, a cozy sigh ready for sleep. Let's drift with her, feeling that tiredness like we're sinking into a cozy bed ready to dream. Beatrice's bed is simple. It's not like the big, fluffy beds some people have today. It's just a straw mattress on a wooden frame stuffed with crackly hay. The bed is lumpy, not smooth or soft like a fancy mattress. But Beatrice doesn't mind. She smooths a wool blanket over it, a blanket that's soft from years of use. The bed smells a little like earth and lavender because she tucked some dried lavender inside the straw. It's not a king-sized mattress, not big or fancy, but it's hers. It holds her tired body like a cozy hug. She pats it gently, ready for the night. Let's picture this bed nice and slow, like we're lying down ourselves, feeling calm and sleepy. The bed is made of straw, stuffed inside a cloth cover to make a mattress. The straw is dried grass, the kind that grows in fields. It's crackly, making little rustling sounds when Beatrice lies down. The wooden frame is simple, just a few pieces of wood nailed together to hold the mattress. It's not pretty, with rough edges and no paint, but it's strong. Beatrice's bed is in her one-room house near the fire pit where she sleeps with her husband, Willem, her children, Agnes and Tom, and close to their goat, Clover. It's a small bed for so many people, but it works and it feels like home. The bed is lumpy. It's not flat or smooth like a store-bought mattress. The straw inside bunches up sometimes, making little hills and dips. When Beatrice lies down, she feels those lumps under her back, but she doesn't care. She wiggles a little to find a comfy spot and then she's fine. The lumps are part of her bed, like old friends. They remind her that her bed is simple, but it's enough. She doesn't need a perfect bed to sleep well. She just needs her family and her cozy blanket. Beatrice smooths a wool blanket over the bed. The blanket is old, made from sheep's wool she spun herself. It's soft from being used for years, like a favorite shirt that feels just right. The blanket is brown, with a few patches where it got holes. Beatrice sewed those patches with care, making the blanket strong again. When she spreads it over the straw mattress, it covers the lumps and makes the bed feel softer. The blanket is warm, and it keeps Beatrice and her family cozy at night. She runs her hand over it, smoothing it out, and it feels like love. The bed smells nice, like earth and lavender. The earth smell comes from the straw, which is dried grass from the fields. It smells like dirt and nature, like the ground outside her house. Beatrice likes this smell because it reminds her of her village. The lavender smell comes from little bits of dried lavender flowers she tucked inside the mattress. Lavender is a plant with purple flowers, and it smells sweet and calming, like a soft breeze. Beatrice puts lavender in the bed to make it smell good and help her family sleep. The mix of earth and lavender is cozy, like a warm, sleepy hug. The bed isn't a king-sized mattress. It's not big or wide like the fancy beds some people have today. It's just big enough for Beatrice, Willem, Agnes, and Tom to sleep close together. They snuggle up like spoons in a drawer, keeping each other warm. The bed is small, but it's perfect for them. Beatrice doesn't want a big bed where everyone is far apart. She likes being close to her family, feeling their warmth and hearing their soft breaths. Her bed is hers, and it's just right. The bed cradles her tired bones. Beatrice works hard all day, milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough. By night, her body is tired and her arms and legs feel heavy. Her back aches a little from bending and lifting. When she lies down on her straw bed, it holds her like a gentle hand. The lumps and crackly straw don't bother her. They feel familiar, like a place she belongs. The bed is cozy, and it makes her tired body feel safe, like it's saying, "Rest now, you're home." Beatrice pats the bed gently, ready for the night. She does this every evening after smoothing the blanket. She runs her hand over the blanket, feeling the soft wool and the lumpy straw underneath. It's like saying good night to her bed, telling it she's ready to sleep. The pat is soft, like a little tap, and it makes her smile. The day is done and the night is here. Beatrice is tired and her bed is waiting, cozy and simple, to hold her and her family. Let's think about that straw mattress again. The straw is packed tight inside a cloth cover, but it's not perfect. It's just dried grass cut from the fields where Beatrice works. When she lies down, the straw crunches and rustles like stepping on dry leaves. The sound is soft, not loud, and Beatrice likes it. It's like the bed is talking to her, saying, "I'm here for you." The straw is a little pokey sometimes, but Beatrice doesn't mind. She's used to it, and it feels like part of her home. The wooden frame is so simple. It's just 4 pieces of wood nailed together to make a rectangle. The wood is rough, with splinters if you're not careful. Beatrice made the frame with Willem a long time ago when they first got married. It's not fancy, with no carvings or paint, but it's strong. It holds the straw mattress up off the dirt floor, keeping it dry and clean. The frame creaks a little when everyone climbs into bed, but that's okay. It's part of the bed's story, and Beatrice loves it. The lumps in the bed are funny when you think about them. The straw doesn't stay even, so there are bumps and dips. When Beatrice lies down, she feels a lump under her shoulder or her hip. She shifts a little, finding a spot that's comfy. Sometimes Agnes or Tom giggles because they feel a lump too. Beatrice smiles and says, "It's just our bed being silly." The lumps make the bed special because they're not perfect, just like life. Beatrice doesn't need a smooth bed to sleep. She just needs her family close. The wool blanket is one of Beatrice's favorite things. She made it herself, spinning wool from sheep into thread and weaving it into cloth. It took a long time, but she's proud of it. The blanket is soft now because it's been used for years. It's warm, like a big hug, and it keeps the cold away at night. Beatrice smooths it over the bed every evening, making sure it covers all the lumps. She runs her hands over it, feeling the soft wool, and it makes her feel calm, like everything is okay. Let's talk about smoothing the blanket. Beatrice stands by the bed, the blanket in her hands. She spreads it out, letting it fall over the straw mattress. She pulls it tight so there are no wrinkles. Then she runs her hands over it, back and forth, making it smooth. The wool feels soft under her fingers, and the lumps underneath don't show as much. Smoothing the blanket is like getting the bed ready for sleep, like tucking in a friend. Beatrice does it slowly, enjoying the quiet moment. The smell of the bed is so nice. The earth smell comes from the straw, which is just dried grass from the fields. It smells like dirt and nature, like the ground after rain. Beatrice loves this smell because it reminds her of her village, where she works and lives. The lavender smell is sweet and soft, like a flower garden. Beatrice picks lavender in the summer and dries it in the sun. She tucks little bits into the straw mattress so the bed smells good. The earth and lavender together make the bed feel cozy, like a safe place to rest. Let's think about that lavender. Lavender is a plant with tiny purple flowers. It grows near Beatrice's village and she loves it. In the summer, she picks the flowers and ties them in bundles. She hangs them to dry and they smell so sweet. When they're dry, she crumbles them into small pieces and puts them in the bed. The lavender makes the bed smell like a calm, happy place. When Beatrice lies down, she breathes in the smell, and it helps her relax like a soft lullaby. The bed isn't big or fancy. It's not a king-sized mattress like the ones in stores today. Those beds are wide, with soft foam and springs. Beatrice's bed is small, just big enough for her family to sleep close. She likes it that way. She doesn't want a big bed where everyone is far apart. She wants to feel Willem's warmth, hear Agnes and Tom's soft breaths, and know Clover is nearby. Her bed is simple, but it's perfect for her because it's full of love. The bed cradles her tired bones. Beatrice works hard all day. She milks Clover, carries water, kneads dough, and does other chores. Her arms get sore, her legs feel heavy, and her back aches a little. By night, her body is tired, like it's ready to sink into the ground. When she lies on her straw bed, it holds her gently like a friend. The lumps and crackly straw don't bother her, they feel like home. The bed is cozy, and it makes her tired body feel safe and loved. Let's imagine lying on that bed. The straw rustles as Beatrice lies down. It's lumpy, but she finds a comfy spot. The wool blanket is soft and warm, covering her like a cloud. She smells the earth and lavender, sweet and calming. Willem is next to her, his breathing slow and steady. Agnes and Tom are in the middle, curled up and warm. Clover is in her corner, making soft goat noises. The bed holds them all like a nest, and Beatrice feels so cozy, like she's exactly where she belongs. Patting the bed is a special moment. Beatrice does it every night after smoothing the blanket. She stands by the bed, her hand resting on the wool. She pats it gently, like tapping a drum, but soft. It's her way of saying, "Thank you, bed, for being here." The pat is quick, but it means a lot. It's like telling the bed she's ready for sleep, ready to rest her tired body. Beatrice smiles when she pats it, because she knows the night will be cozy and safe. The straw mattress is so simple. It's just a cloth bag filled with straw tied shut to keep it in. The straw is dry and crackly like the grass in a field after summer. When Beatrice lies down, it crunches under her weight. The sound is soft, like a whisper, and she likes it. The straw is a little pokey, but the wool blanket makes it softer. Beatrice doesn't need a fancy mattress. Her straw bed is enough, because it holds her family and keeps them warm. The wooden frame is strong, even if it's not pretty. It's made of rough wood, cut from trees near the village. Willem helped make it, hammering the nails with a heavy mallet. The frame is just high enough to keep the mattress off the dirt floor. It creaks when everyone gets into bed, like it's saying, "Okay, I'm ready." Beatrice likes the creak. It's part of her bed's song, like the rustle of the straw. The frame is simple, but it does its job, and that's all Beatrice needs. The lumps in the bed are part of its charm. The straw doesn't stay even, so it bunches up in places. There's a lump under Beatrice's back, another under her legs. She shifts a little, finding a spot that feels good. Sometimes Agnes says, "Mama, there's a bump," and they laugh. The lumps make the bed feel alive, like it's part of the family. Beatrice doesn't mind them. They're just part of her cozy, simple bed, and they don't stop her from sleeping well. The wool blanket is so soft. It's been used for years, washed in the stream and dried in the sun. The wool is warm, keeping the cold away at night. Beatrice smooths it every evening, making sure it covers the whole bed. She pulls it tight so it feels snug. The blanket is like a big, soft hug, wrapping her family in warmth. Beatrice loves running her hand over it, feeling the wool, knowing it will keep them cozy all night. The smell of earth and lavender is like a dream. The earth smell is strong, like the fields where Beatrice works. It's a smell of dirt and grass, warm and familiar. The lavender is lighter, sweet and flowery. Beatrice tucks it into the straw, spreading it out so the smell is even. When she lies down, she breathes it in and it makes her feel calm, like she's floating in a field of flowers. The smells mix together, making the bed a cozy, sleepy place. The bed isn't a king-sized mattress, and that's okay. Beatrice doesn't want a big bed. She wants her small, simple bed where her family can sleep close. Willem is on one side, Beatrice on the other, and Agnes and Tom are in the middle. They're warm together like a pile of puppies. The bed is just right for them, holding them tight. Beatrice loves feeling her family's warmth, knowing they're safe. Her bed is hers, and it's perfect. The bed cradles her tired bones every night. After a day of work, Beatrice's body is heavy. Her arms ache from carrying water, her hands are sore from kneading dough, her legs are tired from walking. When she lies down, the bed holds her gently like a soft hand. The straw rustles, the blanket warms her, and the lavender smells sweet. The bed is like a friend, saying, "Rest now, you're safe." Beatrice sighs, happy to be in her cozy bed. Patting the bed is her little ritual. Beatrice does it every night after the blanket is smooth. She taps the bed softly, her hand gentle. It's like saying, "Good night, bed." The pat is quick, but it's full of love. Beatrice knows her bed will hold her family, keep them warm, and help them sleep. She smiles as she pats it, ready for the night, ready to rest her tired body in her simple, cozy bed. In Beatrice's house, no one sleeps alone. Everyone sleeps together in one cozy bed, like a big pile of warm puppies. The house is small, just one room, so they all share the same straw bed. It's not like today where people have their own rooms and big beds. Beatrice loves sleeping with her family. It makes her feel safe and happy. Let's picture this cozy scene, nice and slow, like we're snuggling up under a soft blanket, ready to feel calm and sleepy. Her husband, Willem, lies beside her. Willem is a kind man with a big smile and strong arms from working in the fields. At night, he sleeps next to Beatrice, his body warm and close. His snores are soft and steady, like a little song that says, "I'm here." The snores aren't loud or annoying. They're gentle, like the sound of a quiet stream. Beatrice likes hearing Willem's snores. They make her feel safe, like she's not alone in the dark. Their children, Agnes and Tom, curl up close. Agnes is 6 years old, with messy hair and a sweet laugh. Tom is 4, always full of energy during the day but sleepy at night. In bed, they snuggle in the middle, their small bodies warm and soft. Their breaths are like tiny breezes, little puffs of air that go in and out. Beatrice can feel their breaths on her arm or hear them softly, like a whisper. Agnes and Tom make the bed feel cozy, like a nest full of love. Even Clover, the goat, tucks herself in the corner. Clover is a small goat with brown fur and big, curious eyes. She doesn't sleep in the bed, but she has a pile of straw in the corner of the house. At night, she curls up there, her body adding warmth to the room. Clover's soft bleats and the rustle of her straw make the house feel alive. Her warmth spreads a little, like a tiny heater, making the bed even cozier. Beatrice loves having Clover nearby, because she's part of the family. Sleeping together feels safe, like a nest of love in the dark. The house is small and the night is dark, but Beatrice doesn't feel scared. She feels warm and happy with Willem, Agnes, Tom, and Clover all close. Their bed is like a nest, holding them tight, keeping them safe. The love in the house is big, even if the bed is small. Beatrice falls asleep easily, surrounded by her family, feeling like nothing can hurt her. Let's stay with her in this cozy nest, feeling the warmth and love. Let's think about that idea of no one sleeping alone. In Beatrice's house, there's just one room. It's made of wood and mud, with a straw roof and a dirt floor. There's no space for separate bedrooms or big beds. Everyone sleeps together on a straw mattress covered with a wool blanket. Beatrice, Willem, Agnes, and Tom all fit in this bed, snuggled close. Clover sleeps nearby in her corner. This is how peasants lived a long time ago, all together, and it made them feel safe and happy. The bed is simple, just straw stuffed in a cloth cover on a wooden frame. It's lumpy and crackly, but it's cozy. Beatrice doesn't want a big bed where everyone is far apart. She likes being close to her family. When they sleep, they're like a pile of spoons, all fitting together. Willem is on one side, Beatrice on the other, and Agnes and Tom are in the middle. Their bodies touch, keeping each other warm. The bed is small, but it's full of love, and that's what matters. Willem's snores are so nice. When Beatrice lies down, she hears him breathing slow and steady. Then the snores start, soft and low, like HRR, HRR, HRR. They're not loud like a big truck, they're gentle like a cat purring. Beatrice smiles when she hears Willem's snores. They mean he's there right next to her, safe and sleeping. The snores are like a little song saying everything is okay. Beatrice feels cozy, knowing Willem is so close, his warmth making the bed even better. Let's picture Willem in the bed. He's a big man with strong arms from working all day. He wears a wool tunic, rough but warm. At night, he lies on his side, facing Beatrice, or sometimes on his back. His snores come out soft and steady, like a rhythm. Beatrice can feel his warmth, like a big blanket next to her. Willem's body is heavy from work, but in bed, he's calm, his snores telling Beatrice he's resting. She loves having him there because he makes the bed feel safe. Agnes and Tom are in the middle, curled up like little balls. Agnes has messy hair that sticks out even in bed. She sleeps with her arms tucked in, her knees pulled up like a tiny turtle. Her breaths are small, like little puffs, huff, huff. Beatrice can hear them or feel them if Agnes is close. Tom is smaller, his body warm and wiggly even in sleep. He breathes fast, like puff, puff, and sometimes mumbles sleepy words like dog or run. Their breaths are like tiny breezes, soft and sweet, making the bed feel alive. Let's think about Agnes and Tom some more. Agnes is 6 and she loves helping Beatrice during the day. At night, she's quiet, her small body warm against Beatrice or Willem. Her breaths are so soft, like a baby bird breathing. Tom is 4, always running around, but in bed he's still, his breaths quick and light. Beatrice loves feeling her children close. Their tiny breezes make her heart happy, like a warm light in the dark. Agnes and Tom are her treasures, and having them in bed makes sleep so cozy. Clover the goat is in her corner, not far from the bed. Her pile of straw is soft, and she curls up on it, her legs tucked under. Clover's brown fur is fluffy, and her big eyes close when she sleeps. Sometimes she bleats softly, baa, like she's dreaming. Other times, she rustles the straw, making a scratchy sound. Clover's warmth spreads a little, like a small fire, making the house feel snug. Beatrice likes knowing Clover is there because she's part of the family, adding love to the nest. Let's imagine Clover's corner. It's just a small spot in the one-room house near the wall. The straw is piled up, making a soft bed for Clover. She lies down, her body round like a ball, her head resting on her legs. Her breaths are slow, and sometimes she makes a tiny HMPH sound. The straw crunches when she moves, but it's a quiet sound, like leaves falling. Clover's warmth is gentle, and it makes the air in the house a little cozier. Beatrice loves Clover's presence because it makes the bed feel even safer. Sleeping together is what makes Beatrice's night so special. In her village a long time ago, people didn't sleep alone. Houses were small and beds were shared. Beatrice's family all sleep in one bed, close and warm. Willem's snores, Agnes and Tom's breaths, and Clover's soft noises make the house feel full of life. The bed is like a nest, a safe place where love keeps them together. Beatrice doesn't feel scared in the dark because her family is with her, making everything okay. The nest of love is a cozy idea. A nest is what birds make, a soft place for their bobbies. Beatrice's bed is like that, a soft place for her family. The straw mattress is lumpy, but the wool blanket is warm. Willem, Agnes, and Tom are all there, their bodies close, their breaths mixing. Clover is nearby, her warmth adding to the pile. The bed holds them all like a big hug, and the love in their hearts makes it even cozier. Beatrice falls asleep fast, feeling safe in this nest. Let's think about the dark in the house. At night, there are no lights, no lamps or phones. The fire in the pit burns low, just a few glowing embers. The house is dark, but it's not scary. Beatrice feels safe because her family is with her. Willem's snores are like a guard saying, "I'm here." Agnes and Tom's breaths are like little lights shining in the dark. Clover's warmth is like a soft glow, keeping the cold away. The dark is like a blanket, wrapping the nest, making sleep easy. Willem's snores are so comforting. They're soft, like a hum, HRR, HRR. Beatrice hears them as she lies down a Euros HRR, HRR. Beatrice listens to them and they make her feel safe. They're like a song saying, "We're together." Willem's snores make the bed feel cozy, like a warm hug. Beatrice smiles in the dark, happy to have Willem next to her, his snores part of their nest. Agnes and Tom's breaths are like tiny breezes. Agnes breathes softly, huff huff, her small chest moving up and down. Tom's breaths are quicker, puff puff, like he's still running in his dreams. Beatrice feels their breaths on her arm or hears them in the quiet. They're like little breezes, soft and sweet, making the bed feel alive. Agnes and Tom are her bobbies, and their breaths make the nest warm and cozy, like a soft wind on a summer day. Clover's warmth is a special part of the nest. She's in her corner, curled up on her straw. Her body gives off a little heat, like a small fire. The warmth spreads, making the air in the house snug. Clover's soft bleats, baa, and the rustle of her straw are like quiet music. Beatrice loves having Clover nearby. Her warmth and sounds make the bed feel even cozier, like an extra blanket of love. Sleeping together is the best part of Beatrice's night. The bed is small, but it's full of love. Willem, Agnes, Tom, and Clover are all there, making it a nest in the dark. Beatrice feels safe, like nothing can hurt her. The snores, breaths, and warmth mix together like a cozy song. She falls asleep fast, her heart happy, knowing her family is close. The nest of love holds them tight, and it's the coziest place in the world. Let's stay in this nest a little longer. Beatrice is lying in her straw bed, Willem snoring beside her. Agnes and Tom are curled up, their breaths like tiny breezes. Clover is in her corner, her warmth spreading. The house is dark, but it's full of love. Sleeping together feels safe, like a nest that keeps them close. Beatrice sighs, cozy and happy, ready to sleep in her nest of love. As Beatrice drifts off to sleep, the night hums around her. She's lying in her cozy straw bed, her eyes heavy and her body tired. The world outside her little house is quiet, but not silent. Soft sounds fill the air like a gentle song that helps her relax. These sounds are simple, but they make her feel safe and sleepy. Let's listen to them with Beatrice, nice and slow, like we're snuggling under a warm blanket, ready to feel calm and drowsy. Clover, the goat, shifts in her corner, her hooves rustling the straw. Clover sleeps on a pile of straw in the house, not far from Beatrice's bed. When she moves, her little hooves make a soft, scratchy sound, like someone brushing leaves. It's a quiet noise, but Beatrice hears it as she drifts off. The rustling is gentle, like a whisper, and it makes the house feel alive. Clover's movements are part of the night, and they help Beatrice feel cozy, like her family is all together. Outside, the wind whispers through the trees, gentle and low. The trees around the village sway a little, and the wind makes a soft whoosh sound, like someone blowing air softly. It's not a loud wind, not stormy or scary. It's a kind wind, moving slowly, touching the leaves and branches. The whisper is like a secret the night is telling, and Beatrice hears it through the gaps in her house's walls. It's a calming sound, like a friend saying, "Sleep now, everything is okay." A distant goat bleats far away in the village. The sound is faint, like a little baa carried by the wind. It's another goat, maybe in a neighbor's house, calling out in the night. The bleat is soft, not loud, and it mixes with the other sounds. Beatrice hears it as she's falling asleep, and it makes her smile inside. The goat's bleat is like a tiny hello from the village, reminding her that she's not alone. It's a sweet sound, part of the night's gentle music. The house creaks softly, like it's settling in two. Beatrice's house is made of wood and mud with a straw roof. At night, when the air gets cooler, the wood moves a little, making small creaking sounds like creak, creak. It's like the house is yawning, getting ready to rest with the family. The creaks are quiet, like the house is whispering good night. Beatrice loves these sounds because they make her house feel like a cozy friend, wrapping her in safety. These sounds weave together like threads in a blanket, making a natural lullaby. A lullaby is a soft song that helps you sleep, and these night sounds are Beatrice's lullaby. The rustling of Clover's straw, the wind's whispers, the distant goat's bleat, and the house's creaks all mix into a gentle song. They pull Beatrice deeper into sleep, like a warm hand guiding her to dreams. Let's listen to this lullaby with her, feeling sleepy and cozy in her little house. Let's think about Beatrice drifting off. She's lying in her straw bed with her husband, Willem, next to her, snoring softly. Her children, Agnes and Tom, are curled up in the middle, their breaths like tiny breezes. Beatrice's body is tired from a long day of work, milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough. Her eyes are heavy, like they're full of sand, and her breaths are slow. As she starts to fall asleep, the sounds of the night wrap around her like a soft blanket, helping her drift into dreams. The sound of Clover shifting is so gentle. Clover is a small goat with soft brown fur and big eyes. She sleeps in a corner of the house on a pile of straw. At night, she moves a little, maybe turning over or scratching an itch. Her hooves touch the straw, making a rustling sound like shh shh. It's not loud, just a soft noise that Beatrice hears as she lies in bed. The rustling is like a little hug from Clover, saying, "I'm here, we're together." Beatrice loves this sound because it makes the house feel warm and alive. Let's picture Clover in her corner. Her straw pile is soft and cozy like a nest. Clover curls up, her legs tucked under, her head resting on her body. When she shifts, her hooves move the straw and it rustles quietly. Sometimes she makes a soft baa, but mostly it's just the straw's sound. The rustling is gentle, like someone brushing their hand over paper. Beatrice hears it, and it makes her feel safe, knowing Clover is nearby, part of their cozy family. The wind outside is like a soft voice. It moves through the trees around the village, touching the leaves and branches. The sound is low, like whoosh, whoosh, or sometimes a little whistle, like wee. The wind isn't strong, it's gentle, like a mother rocking a baby. Beatrice hears it through the gaps in her house's walls, where the wood and mud don't fit perfectly. The whispering wind is like a friend, singing a quiet song to help her sleep. It's a sound that makes the night feel calm and kind. Let's think about the trees and the wind. The trees are tall, with green leaves in the summer and bare branches in the winter. At night, they sway a little, moved by the wind. The leaves rustle, like tiny hands clapping softly. The branches creak, like old bones stretching. The wind carries these sounds to Beatrice's house, slipping through the walls. The whisper is so gentle, like a lullaby, telling Beatrice it's okay to close her eyes and rest. She loves the wind's soft voice because it feels like the world is watching over her. The distant goat's bleat is a sweet surprise. Somewhere in the village, another goat is awake, maybe hungry or just saying hello. The bleat is far away, so it's faint, like baa whispered from a distance. Beatrice hears it as she's drifting off, and it's like a little gift. The goat's voice is soft, blending with the wind and Clover's rustling. It reminds Beatrice that her village is alive, even at night, with other families and animals resting together. The bleat is part of the night's song, making her feel connected and cozy. Let's imagine that goat. It's probably in a house like Beatrice, with a straw pile and a warm corner. The goat might be shifting, like Clover, or calling out to its family. Its bleat travels through the village, over the fields and houses, until it reaches Beatrice's ears. The sound is small, like a single note in a big song. Beatrice smiles inside when she hears it, because it's like the village is saying, "We're all here, sleeping together." The bleat makes the night feel friendly and safe. The house creaking is like a cozy sound. Beatrice's house is old, made of wood and mud, with a straw roof. At night, when the air gets cooler, the wood shrinks a little, making soft creaks, like creak, creak. It's like the house is settling down, getting ready to sleep with the family. The creaks are quiet, not scary, like the house is whispering, "Good night, I'm here." Beatrice loves these sounds because they make her house feel like a living thing, protecting her and her family. Let's picture the house. The walls are rough, made of wood beams and mud packed tight. The roof is straw, tied in bundles, rustling a little in the wind. The floor is dirt, smooth from years of sweeping. At night, the house cools down and the wood moves, making those soft creaks. The sound is like a yawn, like the house is tired, too. Beatrice hears the creaks as she lies in bed, and they make her feel safe, like the house is hugging her family, keeping them warm and cozy. These sounds weave together like a blanket made of soft threads. The rustling of Clover's straw is one thread, gentle and steady. The wind's whispers through the trees are another, low and calming. The distant goat's bleat is a tiny thread, sweet and far away. The house's creaks are a strong thread, like the house's voice. Together, they make a natural lullaby, a song that wraps around Beatrice and pulls her to sleep. The lullaby is simple, but it's perfect, like a warm hug from the night. Let's think about that lullaby. A lullaby is something soft and quiet, like a song a mom sings to her baby. Beatrice's lullaby isn't sung, it's made of the night sounds. Clover's rustling is like a soft beat, steady and kind. The wind's whispers are like a melody, flowing gently. The goat's bleat is like a little chime, adding a sweet note. The house's creaks are like a deep hum, grounding the song. These sounds mix together, making Beatrice feel sleepy, like she's floating into a dream. As Beatrice drifts off, the sounds surround her. She's in her straw bed, with Willem snoring softly, HRR, HRR. Agnes and Tom are curled up, their breaths like tiny breezes, huff, puff. Clover shifts, her hooves rustling, SHH, SHH. The wind whispers outside, whoosh, whoosh. A goat bleats far away, baa. The house creaks, creak, creak. All these sounds are soft, like a blanket of noise, wrapping Beatrice in coziness. She feels safe, like the night is singing just for her. Let's go back to Clover's rustling. Clover is cozy in her corner, her straw pile soft and warm. When she moves, her hooves brush the straw, making that scratchy sound. It's like someone stirring leaves with a stick, but quieter. Beatrice hears it, and it's like Clover is saying, "I'm here sleeping with you." The rustling is a small sound, but it's important, like a piece of the lullaby. Beatrice loves it because it means her family, even Clover, is close and safe. The wind's whispers are so gentle. The trees outside sway, their leaves rustling softly. The wind moves through them, making a low whoosh or a soft wee. It's like the night is breathing, calm and steady. Beatrice hears the wind through the walls, where the mud and wood have tiny gaps. The sound is like a friend whispering a secret, saying, "Sleep, it's okay." The wind's voice is part of the lullaby, making Beatrice's eyes heavier, her body ready to rest. The distant goat's bleat is like a little surprise. It's faint, coming from another house in the village. The goat might be stirring, like Clover, or just making a sleepy sound. The bleat is soft, baa, like a whisper in the dark. Beatrice hears it, and it's like the village is part of her lullaby. The sound makes her feel connected, like everyone is resting together. The bleat is sweet, like a tiny bell, adding to the night's cozy song. The house's creaks are warm and familiar. The wood in the walls and frame moves a little at night, making those soft creak, creak sounds. It's like the house is settling into bed, like Beatrice and her family. The creaks are quiet, like a sigh, and they make the house feel alive. Beatrice loves them because they mean her house is strong, holding her family safe. The creaks are part of the lullaby, like a deep note that says, "Rest now, you're home." These sounds pull Beatrice deeper into sleep. As she lies in bed, her body soft and tired, the lullaby wraps around her. Clover's rustling, the wind's whispers, the goat's bleat, the house's creaks, they all mix together like a soft song. Beatrice's breath slow, her eyes close, and she drifts off, carried by the night's lullaby. The sounds are simple, but they're perfect, making her feel safe and loved in her cozy house. Let's stay with Beatrice, listening to the night. She's drifting off, the straw bed warm under her. Clover rustles, SHH, SHH. The wind whispers, whoosh, whoosh. A goat bleats, baa. The house creaks, creak, creak. These sounds weave a natural lullaby, pulling her deeper into sleep. Let's feel that coziness, like we're in the bed too, safe and sleepy in the humming night. Sometimes, Beatrice wakes up in the dark. It's not scary or bad. It's just a quiet moment in the middle of the night. Her eyes open and the house is still, like the world is holding its breath. She lies in her straw bed, cozy and warm with her family clothes. This waking up is normal for people like Beatrice who lived a long time ago. Let's stay with her in this calm, dark night, nice and slow, like we're wrapped in a soft blanket, feeling sleepy and peaceful. A long time ago, peasants like Beatrice had something called segmented sleep. That means they didn't sleep all night without stopping. They slept for a while, woke up for a quiet hour, and then slept again. It was like taking a little break in the night. Beatrice doesn't mind waking up. It's a gentle time with no noise or hurry. She uses this hour to think, listen, and feel safe in her little house. The midnight break is like a gift, a moment to enjoy the quiet. When Beatrice wakes, she listens to Willem's breathing. Willem is her husband, and he sleeps right next to her. His breaths are slow and steady, like huff, huff, or sometimes a soft snore like HRR, HRR. The sound is gentle, like a little song that says, "I'm here, everything's okay." Beatrice loves hearing Willem's breathing. It makes her feel safe, like she's not alone in the dark. She lies still, listening to the soft rhythm, and it's like a warm hug from the night. She also checks on her children, Agnes and Tom. They're curled up in the bed right in the middle. Agnes is 6 with messy hair and Tom is 4, always wiggly during the day but quiet now. Beatrice looks at them or sometimes just listens to their tiny breaths like puff, puff. She might touch their heads gently, feeling their soft hair to make sure they're warm and safe. Seeing her children sleep makes Beatrice's heart happy, like a cozy light in the dark. There's no rush, no worry. The night is patient, like a kind friend who waits for Beatrice. She doesn't have to get up or do anything. She can just lie there in the quiet, feeling the stillness. The house is dark, with only a tiny glow from the fire pit's embers. The village outside is silent, except for soft sounds like the wind or a faraway animal. Beatrice loves this calm time because it's peaceful, like floating on a quiet lake. After a while, Beatrice lies back down. She pulls the wool blanket over her, feeling its soft warmth. The stillness of the night wraps around her like a gentle hand guiding her back to sleep. Her eyes get heavy again and her breath slows down. The midnight break is over and she drifts back into dreams, carried by the calm and quiet. Let's stay with her, feeling that peaceful moment like we're falling asleep too. Let's think about Beatrice waking up in the dark. It's the middle of the night and the house is so quiet. Her straw bed is cozy with the crackly straw and soft wool blanket. Willem is next to her, snoring softly. Agnes and Tom are in the middle, their small bodies warm and still. Clover the goat is in her corner, rustling her straw sometimes. Beatrice opens her eyes and it's dark but not scary. The dark is like a soft blanket, wrapping her family in safety. She lies still, feeling calm and ready for her midnight break. The segmented sleep was normal for peasants like Beatrice. A long time ago, people didn't sleep for 8 hours all at once. They slept for a few hours, woke up for a little while, and then slept again. This waking time was called the midnight break, and it was a quiet, special moment. Beatrice doesn't feel upset when she wakes up. She knows it's part of the night, like the stars or the moon. She uses this time to listen, think, and feel close to her family. It's a gentle time, like a pause in a soft song. Let's picture that segmented sleep. Beatrice goes to bed when the sun sets, tired from her day of work, milking clover, carrying water, kneading dough. She falls asleep fast, with her family close. After a few hours, her eyes open. It's dark and the house is quiet. She lies there for about an hour, just resting, listening, or thinking. Then she feels sleepy again and drifts back to sleep until morning. This pattern is normal for her, and it makes the night feel cozy, like a story with a little break in the middle. When Beatrice wakes, she listens to Willem's breathing. Willem is a strong man with a kind heart and a big smile. At night, he sleeps deeply, his breath slow and steady. Huff, huff, he breathes, or sometimes HRR with a soft snore. The sound is like a gentle wave going in and out. Beatrice turns her head a little, listening to the rhythm. It's like a lullaby saying, "We're together, it's safe." Willem's breathing makes the bed feel warm and cozy, like a nest where nothing can hurt her. Let's think about Willem's breathing some more. It's not loud or annoying like a big machine. It's soft, like a breeze moving through grass. Huff, huff, or HRR. Beatrice can feel his warmth next to her, his body heavy with sleep. The sound of his breaths is steady, like a heartbeat, and it makes her feel safe. She knows Willem is there, protecting their family. His breathing is part of the midnight break, like a quiet song that helps her relax in the dark. Checking on Agnes and Tom is something Beatrice loves. Her children are so small and sweet, curled up in the bed. Agnes sleeps with her knees tucked up, her hair messy on the blanket. Her breaths are tiny, like puff, puff, soft and light. Tom is wiggly, even in sleep, his little body moving a bit. His breaths are quicker, like huff, huff. Beatrice looks at them, or sometimes just listens, to make sure they're okay. She might touch Agnes's cheek or Tom's hand, feeling their warmth. Her children make the midnight break special, like a cozy treasure. Let's imagine Agnes and Tom in the bed. Agnes is 6, with a sweet face and a quiet giggle during the day. At night, she's still, her breath so soft they're like whispers. Tom is 4, always running around, but now he's calm, his breaths fast and small. Beatrice loves watching them sleep, their faces peaceful in the dark. She feels their warmth in the bed, like little heaters. Checking on them makes her heart full, like a cup overflowing with love. The midnight break is a time to feel close to her bobbies. There's no rush, no worry in the midnight break. Beatrice doesn't have to do anything. She doesn't need to get up, work, or fix something. The night is patient, like a kind teacher waiting for her to rest. The house is dark, with just a faint glow from the fire pit's embers. Outside, the village is quiet, maybe with a soft wind or a distant animal sound. Beatrice lies in bed, feeling the stillness, like the world is pausing just for her. This calm makes the midnight break so cozy, like a warm, quiet hug. Let's think about that patience of the night. The dark is deep, with no lights or noises like today. There are no clocks ticking, no phones buzzing. The night just waits, letting Beatrice take her time. She can lie there, listening to Willem's breaths or Agnes and Tom's puffs. She can think about her day or just feel the quiet. The night doesn't hurry her or make her worry. It's like a friend saying, "Take your time, sleep will come." Beatrice loves this because it makes the midnight break peaceful and slow. When Beatrice lies back down, she feels ready to sleep again. She pulls the wool blanket up to her chin, its softness warm against her skin. The straw bed rustles a little, crackly and cozy. She settles into her spot, feeling the lumps but not minding them. Willem's breathing, huff huff, is still there like a soft song. Agnes and Tom's breaths, puff puff, mix in like tiny breezes. The stillness of the night wraps around her like a gentle wave carrying her back to dreams. Her eyes close and she drifts off, cozy and safe. Let's picture lying back down. Beatrice moves slowly, not wanting to wake her family. The blanket is soft, worn from years of use, and it smells a little like lavender and earth. She pulls it over her shoulders, tucking it around her. The straw mattress crunches as she shifts, but it's a familiar sound, like a friend saying, "Welcome back." She finds a comfy spot, her body heavy and tired. The night stillness is like a warm hand, guiding her to sleep, and she lets it carry her away. The midnight break is a special time. Beatrice wakes, but it's not bad. It's a quiet hour to feel close to her family. She listens to Willem's steady breaths like a gentle wave. She checks on Agnes and Tom, their tiny breaths like soft breezes. There's no rush, no worry, just the patient night waiting for her. When she's ready, she lies back down and the stillness pulls her back to sleep. This is how peasants lived, with segmented sleep, and Beatrice loves it because it's cozy and calm. Let's go back to waking in the dark. Beatrice's eyes open and the house is quiet. The straw bed is warm, with Willem, Agnes, and Tom close. Clover might rustle in her corner, adding a soft sound. The dark is deep, but it's not scary, it's cozy, like a big blanket. Beatrice lies still, feeling the night around her. She knows this is her midnight break, a time to rest and listen. It's a gentle moment, like a pause in a sleepy story. Segmented sleep is like a gift. Beatrice sleeps for a few hours, wakes for an hour, and sleeps again. It's different from today, where PEOPLE Chinese letter. The system, people try to sleep all night. For peasants like Beatrice, this was normal. They didn't think it was strange. It was just how sleep worked. Beatrice's midnight break is a time to feel the love of her family and the quiet of the night. She doesn't need to do anything big. She just enjoys the calm, like sitting by a still pond. Let's listen to Willem's breathing again. His breaths are slow, like huff, huff, or a soft snore, HRR, HRR. The sound is gentle, like a little breeze moving through the house. Beatrice lies next to him, feeling his warmth. His breathing is like a steady drum, keeping time in the dark. It makes her feel safe, like she's wrapped in a warm hug. Willem's breaths are part of the midnight break, a cozy sound that says, "I'm here, we're together." Checking on Agnes and Tom is a quiet joy. Beatrice looks at them or just listens to their breaths. Agnes's breaths are soft, like puff, puff, tiny and sweet. Tom are a bit faster, like huff, huff, as if he's dreaming of running. Beatrice might touch their hair or pull the blanket higher to keep them warm. Her children are her heart, and seeing them sleep makes the midnight break feel like a treasure, like finding a shiny stone in the field. The night is patient, with no rush or worry. Beatrice doesn't have to get up or work. She can just lie there in the dark, feeling the quiet. The house is still, with only a faint glow from the fire pit. Outside, the village is calm, maybe with a soft wind or a far-off owl hoot. The night waits for Beatrice, like a kind friend who doesn't push or hurry. This patience makes the midnight break so peaceful, like resting in a soft, warm cloud. Let's think about that stillness. The house is dark, with no lights or noises like we have today. There are no cars, no phones, no clocks ticking. The night is deep and quiet, like a big, soft blanket over the village. Beatrice lies in bed, feeling the calm. She can hear Willem's breathing, her children's puffs, maybe Clover's rustle in the corner. The stillness is like a gentle hug, saying, "You're safe, take your time." Beatrice loves this quiet because it makes her feel cozy and at peace. When Beatrice lies back down, she's ready to sleep again. She pulls the wool blanket up, feeling its soft, warm touch. The straw bed crinkles a little, like dry leaves, but it's cozy. She settles into her spot next to Willem, with Agnes and Tom in the middle. The night's stillness wraps around her like a warm wave carrying her to dreams. Her eyes get heavy, her breath slow, and she drifts off, cozy and happy in her quiet house. Let's picture lying back down. Beatrice moves slowly, careful not to wake her family. The blanket is soft, smelling a bit like lavender and straw. She pulls it over her shoulders, tucking it close. The straw mattress is lumpy, but she finds a comfy spot. Willem's breathing, huff huff, is like a soft song. Agnes and Tom's breaths, puff puff, are gentle, like little breezes. The night's calm is like a kind hand, guiding her back to sleep, and she lets it take her away. The midnight break is a cozy time. Beatrice wakes in the dark, but it's not bad, it's peaceful. She listens to Willem's steady breaths, checks on her children's soft puffs, and feels the night's patience. There's no hurry, no worry, just quiet love and calm. When she's ready, she lies back down and the stillness carries her back to sleep. This is how Beatrice and her family lived, with segmented sleep, and it's a simple, cozy way to rest. Let's stay with Beatrice in this midnight break. She's in her straw bed, warm and safe, with Willem snoring softly. Agnes and Tom are curled up, their breaths like tiny breezes. The house is dark, but the night is kind, waiting patiently. Beatrice listens, checks on her family, and feels the love around her. Then she lies back down, letting the stillness carry her away, back to cozy dreams in her quiet, loving home. The roof of Beatrice's house has gaps, and she can see slivers of the night sky. Her house is small, made of wood, mud, and a straw roof. The straw isn't perfect, so there are tiny spaces where she can peek out. When she lies in her straw bed, she looks up and sees bits of the dark sky like little windows to the stars. It's a beautiful sight and it makes her feel calm. Let's lie with Beatrice, nice and slow, like we're snuggling under a cozy blanket, ready to feel sleepy and peaceful. The stars twinkle in the sky, faint but steady, like candles in the heavens. They're small lights, sparkling softly, not bright like the sun. Each star is like a tiny candle, glowing far away, making the night feel special. Beatrice sees them through the gaps and they make her smile. The stars are always there, shining quietly like friends watching over her. Their steady light is gentle, helping her relax as she drifts towards sleep. The darkness of the night feels vast, but it's not scary. Vast means very big, like the whole world is covered in a huge, dark blanket. The sky is so wide, stretching over the village, the fields, and far beyond. But Beatrice doesn't feel afraid. The darkness is kind, like a soft blanket wrapping the world in quiet. It makes her house feel cozy, like a safe little nest under the big sky. She loves this feeling because it's peaceful, like being hugged by the night. Beatrice closes her eyes, letting the sky's quiet beauty lull her. To lull means to help someone feel sleepy, like a soft song or a gentle rock. The stars and the dark sky are like a lullaby, calming her heart and mind. She doesn't need to think or worry. She just lets the beauty of the night wrap around her like a warm wave carrying her to dreams. Her breaths get slow and her body feels heavy, ready to sleep. The sleep feels like falling into the stars. When Beatrice drifts off, it's like she's floating up to the sky, joining the twinkling lights. It's not real falling, but a dreamy feeling, like sinking into a soft cloud made of stars. The stars are gentle and sleep is cozy, like being part of the big, beautiful night. Beatrice loves this feeling because it makes her sleep deep and happy. Let's stay with her, feeling the sky's lullaby, like we're falling into the stars too. Let's think about those gaps in the roof. Beatrice's house is simple, with walls of wood and mud and a roof made of straw. The straw is tied in bundles, but it's not perfect. There are tiny gaps, like little holes, where the straw doesn't cover everything. When Beatrice lies in bed, she looks up and sees slivers of the sky through these gaps. A sliver is a thin piece, like a slice of the night sky. The gaps are small, but they're enough to let her see the star, and that makes her bed feel special. The straw roof is cozy, even with its gaps. It keeps out most of the rain and wind, but it's not fancy like a roof today. The straw smells like dried grass, earthy and warm. When Beatrice lies down, she hears the straw rustle a little if the wind blows. The gaps let in tiny bits of the night, like peeking through a curtain. Beatrice loves these gaps because they show her the sky like little windows to a beautiful world. They make her bed feel close to the stars, cozy and calm. Let's picture lying in that bed. Beatrice is on her straw mattress, covered with a soft wool blanket. Her husband, Willem, is next to her, snoring gently, HRR, HRR. Her children, Agnes and Tom, are curled up in the middle, their breaths like tiny puffs, puff, puff. Clover, the goat, is in her corner, rustling her straw. Beatrice looks up, and through the gaps in the roof, she sees the dark sky. It's like looking through a tiny hole in a box, seeing something magical. The slivers of sky make her feel peaceful, like she's part of something big. The stars are so pretty, twinkling softly. They're not bright like street lights or the moon. They're faint, like little sparkles far away. Each star is like a candle, glowing in the heavens. Heavens is another word for the sky where the stars live. The stars twinkle, which means they flicker, like a candle flame moving in the breeze. Beatrice sees them through the roof's gaps, and they look steady, like they're always there watching over her. The stars make the night feel gentle, like a friend saying, "Sleep now, it's okay." Let's think about those twinkling stars. They're tiny dots of light scattered across the dark sky. Some are brighter, some are fainter, but they all sparkle. Beatrice knows the stars are far away, like candles on a hill you can't reach, but they feel close, like they're shining just for her. The twinkling is like a soft rhythm, on and off, on and off. It's calming, like a slow heartbeat. Beatrice watches the stars, and they make her eyes heavy, her body ready to rest. The darkness is vast, like a big, big blanket. The sky is so wide, covering everything: her house, the village, the fields, and places she's never seen. When Beatrice looks through the gaps, she sees how big the night is, but it's not scary. The darkness is soft, like a blanket you pull over your head to feel safe. It wraps the world in quiet, making everything calm. Beatrice feels small under the vast sky, but she also feels safe, like the darkness is protecting her little house. Let's imagine that darkness. It's deep and black, with only the stars to light it up. There are no streetlights or glowing screens, just the night. The darkness is like a big hug covering the village in peace. Beatrice's house is a tiny spot under this huge blanket, but it's cozy. The darkness makes the sounds softer: Willem's snores, Agnes and Tom's breaths, Clover's rustling. It makes the stars brighter, like little holes in the blanket letting light through. Beatrice loves this darkness because it's kind and gentle. Closing her eyes is a quiet moment. Beatrice looks at the stars for a while through the gaps in the roof. Their twinkling is like a soft song, lulling her to sleep. Then she closes her eyes, letting the sky's beauty wrap around her. She doesn't need to see the stars anymore, she feels them in her heart. The quiet of the night, the vast darkness, and the memory of the stars make her feel sleepy. Her breaths get slower, and her body sinks into the bed, ready for dreams. Let's picture closing her eyes. Beatrice is lying still, the wool blanket pulled up to her chin. The straw bed is lumpy but cozy, rustling a little as she shifts. Willem's snores, HRR, are soft nearby. Agnes and Tom's breaths, puff, puff, are like tiny breezes. Beatrice closes her eyes, and the darkness behind her eyelids is like the night sky. She thinks of the stars, twinkling like candles, and the vast blanket of the night. The quiet beauty lulls her like a gentle rock, carrying her to sleep. The sleep feeling like falling into the stars is a dreamy thought. When Beatrice drifts off, it's like she's floating up to the sky, joining the twinkling lights. It's not real flying, but a soft, sleepy feeling, like sinking into a cloud of sparkles. The stars are gentle, like friends welcoming her to dreams. Sleep is cozy, like being part of the big, beautiful night. Beatrice loves this feeling because it makes her sleep deep and happy, like she's dancing with the stars. Let's imagine falling into the stars. Beatrice's body is heavy, her eyes closed. The straw bed holds her warm and safe. She dreams of floating, light as a feather, up to the sky. The stars are all around, twinkling softly like candles in a big room. She feels like she's part of them, safe and calm. The vast darkness is like a soft bed holding her gently. This dreamy falling is how sleep feels, cozy and magical, like joining the night's beauty. The gaps in the roof are like little gifts. They let Beatrice see the sky even from her bed. The straw roof is simple, made of dried grass tied together. It keeps out most of the weather, but the gaps are there, letting in slivers of the night. Beatrice looks through them, seeing the stars and the dark sky. The gaps make her house feel special, like it's connected to the big world outside. They're small, but they're enough to make her bed a cozy place under the sky. The twinkling stars are like a quiet promise. They're always there, shining night after night. Beatrice knows they'll be there tomorrow and the next night too. Their faint light is steady, like a friend who never leaves. The stars twinkle, flickering softly, and it's like they're talking to her, saying, "Sleep, we're here." Beatrice feels safe with the stars, like they're guarding her village. Their light is part of the night's lullaby, helping her drift off. The vast darkness is a cozy blanket. It's big, covering everything, but it's not cold or mean. It's warm, like a soft quilt over the world. Beatrice feels the darkness through the gaps, like it's hugging her house. It makes the stars shine brighter, like little holes in the blanket. The darkness is quiet, making the night peaceful, like a calm lake. Beatrice loves this vast blanket because it wraps her family in safety, letting them sleep without fear. Closing her eyes is like saying good night to the sky. Beatrice watches the stars for a moment, their twinkling soft and steady. Then she closes her eyes, feeling the night's beauty in her heart. The darkness behind her eyes is like the vast sky, calm and kind. She breathes slowly, letting the lullaby of the stars and night wrap around her. Her body relaxes, her mind quiets, and she feels sleepy, like she's ready to join the stars in her dreams. Sleep like falling into the stars is a beautiful feeling. Beatrice drifts off, her body heavy and cozy. It's like she's floating light and free up to the twinkling lights. The stars welcome her, sparkling gently like friends in a big, soft sky. Sleep is warm, like sinking into a pile of fluffy clouds. Beatrice feels safe, like the night is holding her, carrying her to happy dreams. This starry sleep is cozy, making her night peaceful and full of love. Let's stay with Beatrice under the sky. She's in her straw bed, seeing slivers of the night through the roof's gaps. The stars twinkle, faint but steady, like candles in the heavens. The darkness is vast, a kind blanket over the world. She closes her eyes, letting the sky's quiet beauty lull her. Sleep feels like falling into the stars, cozy and dreamy, as she drifts off in her safe, loving home. Before bed, Beatrice eats a warm bowl of pottage. A pottage is a simple food, like a thick soup made of barley, onions, and herbs. It's not fancy, but it's warm and tasty, perfect for the end of the day. Beatrice sits at her small wooden table, a bowl in her hands, and the pottage makes her feel cozy. Let's sit with her, nice and slow, like we're wrapped in a soft blanket, feeling calm and ready to sleep. The pottage is simple, but it fills her belly, heavy and comforting. It's made with barley, which is a grain like wheat, and onions, which add a sweet flavor. Herbs, like little green plants, give it a nice smell. When Beatrice eats it, her stomach feels full, like she's had just enough. The warm food is like a hug inside her, making her body feel heavy and ready for bed. She loves pottage because it's easy to make and feels so good. She sips a bit of ale, just a tiny drink, enough to make her eyelids droop. Ale is a drink made from grains, like a weak beer, and it's what people drank a long time ago instead of water sometimes. Beatrice takes a small sip from a wooden cup, and the ale tastes earthy and a little bitter. It's not strong, but it helps her feel sleepy, like her eyes want to close. The sip of ale is like a soft push towards sleep, cozy and gentle. The meal is like a signal that the day is done and sleep is near. When Beatrice eats her pottage and sips her ale, it's like her body knows it's time to rest. The warm food and drink tell her, work is over, now it's time for bed. It's a simple routine, but it's special, like a quiet bell ringing to say the night has started. Beatrice feels calm, knowing sleep is coming, like a friend waiting for her. She wipes her bowl, her movements slow and soft. After eating, Beatrice takes a cloth and cleans her wooden bowl. She moves gently, like she's in no hurry. The cloth rubs the bowl, getting rid of any leftover pottage. Her hands are tired from the day, but wiping the bowl is a small, cozy task. It's like saying good night to the day, getting ready for sleep. Let's stay with Beatrice, feeling the warmth of her meal and the quiet of her night. Let's think about that pottage. Beatrice makes it in a big pot over the fire. She puts in barley, which looks like little grains, and cooks it until it's soft. She adds onions, chopped into small pieces, which make the pottage sweet and yummy. Herbs like parsley or thyme are sprinkled in, giving it a fresh smell like a garden. The pottage is thick like oatmeal, and it's warm when she scoops it into her bowl. Beatrice loves pottage because it's simple and fills her up, making her feel cozy before bed. The pottage is cooked in her small house where the fire burns in a pit. The pot hangs over the flames and the pottage bubbles, making a soft blub blub sound. Beatrice stirs it with a wooden spoon, mixing the barley, onions, and herbs. The smell fills the house, warm and earthy like a hug. When it's ready, she ladles it into a bowl and it steams a little, warming her hands. The pottage is plain, but it's perfect for the end of the day, like a cozy blanket for her stomach. Let's picture eating the pottage. Beatrice sits at her table, a small wooden one in her one-room house. Her husband, Willem, is nearby, maybe eating his own bowl. Her children, Agnes and Tom, have already eaten and are playing quietly or getting ready for bed. Beatrice holds her bowl, feeling its warmth. She takes a spoonful of pottage and it's hot but not too hot. The taste is simple, grainy from the barley, sweet from the onions, and fresh from the herbs. It fills her belly, making her feel heavy and happy. The pottage is comforting, like a warm friend. When Beatrice eats it, her stomach feels full, like it's saying, "Thank you." The warmth spreads through her body, making her arms and legs feel soft and tired. Her day was long. She milked clover, carried water, kneaded dough, and the pottage is like a reward. It's heavy, so her body knows it's time to slow down. The comforting feeling is cozy, like sitting by a fire, and it helps her get ready for sleep. Let's think about that full belly. The pottage is thick and hearty, so it stays in Beatrice's stomach, making her feel satisfied. It's not a big meal like a feast, but it's enough. The barley is chewy, the onions are soft, and the herbs add a little zing. When she finishes her bowl, her belly feels warm and heavy, like a stone that's been in the sun. This feeling is comforting because it means she's eaten well and can rest. Beatrice loves this because it makes her body ready for bed. The sip of ale is a small but special part of the meal. Beatrice keeps a wooden cup on the table filled with ale from a jug. Ale is a drink peasants made a long time ago from grains like barley. It's not sweet like juice but earthy like the taste of bread. Beatrice takes just a tiny sip, enough to wet her lips. The ale feels warm in her mouth, and it makes her feel sleepy, like her eyelids are getting heavy. The sip is like a little nudge, saying, "Time to rest." Let's imagine that sip of ale. Beatrice picks up her cup, which is rough and worn from years of use. She brings it to her lips and takes a small sip, just a little taste. The ale is cool, not cold, and it has a bitter flavor, but it's nice. She doesn't drink a lot, just enough to feel it in her throat. The ale helps her relax, like a soft whisper telling her to close her eyes. Beatrice likes this moment because it's part of her bedtime routine, cozy and calm. The ale makes her eyelids droop. Droop means her eyes start to close, like they're too heavy to stay open. The sip of ale is small, but it's enough to make her feel sleepy. Her body is already tired from work, and the ale adds a little extra calm, like a gentle push towards sleep. Beatrice feels her eyes getting soft, her blinks getting slower. The ale is like a friend, helping her get ready for bed, making the night feel cozy and safe. The meal is a signal for the end of the day. When Beatrice sits down to eat her pottage and sip her ale, it's like her body knows the work is done. The day was full of chores, milking clover, carrying water, kneading dough, but now it's over. The warm pottage and the sip of ale are like a sign, saying, "Rest now, sleep is coming." Beatrice loves this routine because it's simple and clear, like a bell ringing to say the night is here. Let's think about that signal. The meal is like a special moment every night. Beatrice doesn't have a clock or a phone to tell her it's bedtime. She doesn't need them. The pottage and ale are her clock, telling her body it's time to slow down. When she eats, her mind knows the day is finished and her heart feels calm. The signal is cozy, like a soft voice saying, "You're done, now rest." Beatrice feels peaceful, knowing sleep is near, like a warm bed waiting for her. Wiping her bowl is a quiet, gentle task. Beatrice finishes her pottage and there's maybe a little bit left in the bowl. She takes a cloth, rough but soft from use, and wipes the bowl clean. Her hands move slowly, rubbing the wood, making sure it's ready for tomorrow. She's tired, so her movements are soft, like she's in no hurry. Wiping the bowl is like saying good night to the day, a small job that feels cozy and right. Let's picture wiping the bowl. Beatrice sits at the table, her bowl empty. The fire in the pit glows softly, giving a little light. She holds the bowl in one hand and the cloth in the other. She rubs the cloth around the bowl, cleaning out the last bits of pottage. The wood is smooth, worn from years of meals. Her hands move gently, like they're dancing slowly. The task is small, but it's part of her bedtime routine, making her feel calm and ready for sleep. The pottage is so simple, but it's perfect. Beatrice doesn't need fancy food like cakes or big feasts. She has her barley, onions, and herbs cooked together in a pot. The pottage is warm when she eats it, steaming in the bowl. It's thick, so it sticks to her spoon and it tastes good like home. The barley is soft, the onions are sweet, and the herbs make it smell nice. Beatrice loves pottage because it's easy and fills her belly, making her ready for bed. The comforting feeling of the pottage is like a warm hug. When Beatrice eats, her stomach feels full and happy. The warmth of the pottage spreads through her body like a fire warming a cold day. Her arms and legs feel heavy, like they're ready to rest. The pottage is heavy in her belly, like a cozy weight that says, "Sleep now." Beatrice smiles as she eats because the pottage makes her feel safe and cared for, like a mother's love. The sip of ale is a tiny moment, but it's special. Beatrice doesn't drink a lot, just a small sip. The ale is in her wooden cup, which she holds gently. She brings it to her mouth and the ale tastes earthy, like the fields where the barley grew. The sip is quick, but it makes her feel sleepy, like her eyes are closing on their own. The ale is like a soft lullaby, helping her drift towards sleep, cozy and gentle. The meal as a signal is a cozy idea. Every night, Beatrice eats her pottage and sips her ale, and it's like a routine that tells her body, the day is done. She doesn't need a big meal or a fancy drink. The simple pottage and ale are enough. They're like a sign saying, work is over, now it's time for bed. Beatrice loves this signal because it makes the night feel clear and calm, like a path leading to her straw bed. Wiping the bowl is a soft, slow task. Beatrice's hands are tired from the day, but she wipes the bowl gently. The cloth moves over the wood, cleaning it carefully. She doesn't rush because there's no hurry. The fire glows and the house is quiet, with Willem, Agnes, and Tom nearby. Wiping the bowl is like a little good night, a way to end the day. Beatrice feels peaceful, knowing her bed is waiting, cozy and warm. Let's stay with Beatrice, eating her bedtime meal. She's at her table, a warm bowl of pottage in her hands, made of barley, onions, and herbs. It fills her belly, heavy and comforting, like a cozy hug. She sips a bit of ale, just enough to make her eyelids droop. The meal is a signal that the day is done and sleep is near. She wipes her bowl, her movements slow and soft, ready for the night in her quiet, loving home. Willem banks the fire, piling ashes over the embers to keep them warm till morning. The fire is in a small pit in the middle of their one-room house, and it's been burning all day to cook food and keep them warm. Now at bedtime, Willem takes a wooden stick and pushes ashes over the glowing embers. This keeps the fire safe and ready to start again tomorrow. Beatrice watches him, feeling cozy and sleepy. Let's sit with her nice and slow, like we're wrapped in a soft blanket, ready to feel calm and drowsy. The flames die down, leaving a soft orange glow. The fire was bright before, with tall flames that danced and crackled. But now, with the ashes covering it, the flames get smaller and smaller until they're gone. All that's left is a gentle orange light, like a tiny sunset in the house. This glow is soft, not bright, and it makes the room feel warm and quiet. Beatrice loves this glow because it's like a little hug from the fire, saying, "Good night." The room grows dim, and the air feels cooler, coaxing them to bed. Dim means the light gets softer, almost dark, but not quite. Without the fire's bright flames, the house looks shadowy, with just the orange glow to light it up. The air isn't cold, but it's not as warm as before, like a gentle nudge telling Beatrice, Willem, and their children, Agnes and Tom, to snuggle into bed. The cooler air is cozy, like a sign that it's time to rest. That flicker, fading slowly, is the village's bedtime story. A flicker is the little movement of the fire's light, like a candle waving in the breeze. The orange glow flickers softly, getting weaker as the embers cool under the ashes. This fading light is like a story the whole village shares, telling everyone it's time to sleep. Beatrice watches the flicker, and it makes her feel calm, like the night is whispering a quiet tale to her heart. Beatrice watches it, her eyes heavy. She's lying in her straw bed, with Willem next to her and Agnes and Tom curled up in the middle. Her body is tired from a long day of work, milking Clover the goat, carrying water, kneading dough. Her eyes feel like they're full of sand, wanting to close. As she looks at the fire's fading glow, she feels sleepy, like the flicker is pulling her into dreams. Let's stay with Beatrice, watching the fire, feeling cozy and ready for sleep. Let's think about Willem banking the fire. The fire pit is in the center of their house, a shallow hole in the dirt floor. All day it burns with logs, keeping the house warm and cooking their food like pottage. At night, Willem takes care of the fire so it doesn't go out completely. He uses a stick to scoop ashes from the edges of the pit and pile them over the embers. Embers are the hot, glowing bits of wood left when the flames die down. Covering them with ashes keeps them warm and safe until morning. Banking the fire is a simple job, but it's important. The ashes act like a blanket, holding the heat in the embers. This means Willem can blow on them in the morning, add new wood, and start the fire again easily. Without banking, the embers might go cold, and starting a new fire would be hard. Willem moves slowly, pushing the ashes carefully, making sure the embers are covered just right. Beatrice watches him, and it feels cozy, like he's tucking the fire into bed for the night. Let's picture Willem at the fire pit. He's a big man with strong arms from working in the fields. He wears a rough wool tunic, and his face is calm as he works. The fire pit glows softly, with a few small flames still flickering. Willem kneels by the pit, holding his stick. He scoops the gray ashes, which are warm and powdery, and spreads them over the red-hot embers. The flames get smaller, and the glow softens. Willem's movements are gentle, like he's doing something kind for the house. Beatrice loves watching him. because it's part of their bedtime routine. The flames dying down is a quiet moment. Before Willem banks the fire, the flames are alive, jumping and crackling like little dancers. They light up the room, making shadows on the walls. But when Willem covers the embers, the flames can't breathe as much, so they shrink. They get tiny, then disappear, leaving just the orange glow of the embers under the ashes. This glow is soft, like a candle that's almost out. Beatrice watches the flames fade, and it feels like the house is getting ready to sleep, just like her. The orange glow is so pretty. It's not bright like the sun or a big fire. It's gentle, like the light of a pumpkin carved for Halloween, but smaller. The glow comes from the embers, hot and red under the ashes. It lights up the fire pit just a little, sending a soft orange shine into the room. Beatrice sees it from her bed, and it makes her feel warm inside, like the fire is saying, "I'm still here, but it's time to rest." The glow is cozy, like a tiny star in her house. Let's think about that glow some more. The orange light is faint, barely reaching the walls of the house. It makes the room feel soft and quiet, like a hug from the night. The glow flickers a little, moving as the embers breathe under the ashes. It's not enough to see everything clearly, but it's enough to feel safe. Beatrice lies in bed, watching the glow, and it's like a little friend, staying with her as she gets sleepy. The orange light is part of the night's calm, helping her relax. The room growing dim is like the world slowing down. Before Willem banks the fire, the flames make the house bright, lighting up the wooden walls and straw roof. But when the flames die, the room gets darker, with just the orange glow left. Dim means the light is soft, almost gone, like when you turn down a lamp. The shadows in the room get deeper, and everything looks quiet. Beatrice feels the dimness, and it's cozy, like the house is whispering, "Time for bed." The air feeling cooler is a gentle push to bed. The fire kept the house warm all day, heating the air so it felt snug. But when the flames die down, the warmth fades a little. The air gets cooler, not cold, but just enough to notice. It's like the house is saying, "Come to bed, snuggle under the blanket." Beatrice feels the cooler air on her face, and it makes her want to pull the wool blanket closer. The coolness is cozy, like a soft hint that sleep is near. Let's imagine the room and the air. The house is small, with a dirt floor, wooden walls, and a straw roof. The fire pit is in the middle, and the orange glow lights it up softly. The walls are shadowy now, and the air feels a little chilly, like a fall evening. Beatrice is in her straw bed, with Willem, Agnes, and Tom close. The cooler air touches her cheeks, and she snuggles deeper into the bed, feeling the warmth of her family. The dim room and cool air are like a cozy invitation to sleep. The flicker fading slowly is the village's bedtime story. The orange glow in the fire pit moves a little, like a tiny flame waving. This movement is the flicker, soft and gentle, like a candle's light dancing. As the embers cool under the ashes, the flicker gets weaker, fading bit by bit. This fading light is like a story everyone in the village knows. It's time to sleep. Beatrice watches the flicker, and it's like the night is telling her a quiet tale, lulling her to rest. Let's think about that bedtime story. The flicker is small, but it's special. It's like a light that says, "The day is done, now dream." In every house in the village, people are banking their fires, watching their own flickers fade. The soft glow is a signal, shared by all, that the night has come. Beatrice feels connected to her village, knowing everyone is getting ready for bed just like her. The flicker is cozy, like a story whispered by the fire, helping her feel sleepy. Beatrice watching with heavy eyes is a peaceful moment. She's lying in her bed, the straw rustling a little under her. Her body is tired from work, her arms and legs heavy. Her eyes feel like they're closing on their own, like curtains falling. She looks at the fire pit, where the orange glow flickers softly. The light is gentle and it makes her feel calm, like she's ready to drift off. Beatrice loves this moment, because it's the last thing she sees before sleep, cozy and quiet. Let's picture Beatrice in bed. The straw mattress is lumpy but warm, covered with a soft wool blanket. Willem is next to her, snoring gently, HRR, HRR. Agnes and Tom are in the middle, their breaths like tiny puffs, puff, puff. Clover is in her corner, rustling her straw. Beatrice's eyes are heavy, blinking slowly as she watches the fire's glow. The flicker is soft, fading like a star going to sleep. Her heart is calm, and she feels ready to join the night in rest. Willem banking the fire is a kind act. He makes sure the embers stay warm so the family can have fire tomorrow. He moves slowly, pushing the ashes with his stick, covering the red-hot embers. The flames die and the glow takes over, soft and orange. Beatrice watches and it feels like Willem is helping the house get ready for bed. The banking is cozy, like a ritual that says, "We're safe, now sleep." The orange glow is like a cozy friend. It's not bright, but it's warm, lighting the fire pit just enough. The glow flickers, moving a little like a tiny dance. Beatrice sees it from her bed and it makes her feel safe, like the fire is still there even as it rests. The glow is gentle, like a smile from the night, helping her eyes get heavy and her body relax. The dim room and cooler air are like a soft lullaby. The shadows grow deeper and the light is faint, making the house quiet. The air cools, touching Beatrice's face, coaxing her to snuggle under the blanket. The dimness and coolness are cozy, like the night saying, "Come to bed, it's time." Beatrice feels the calm, and it helps her drift towards sleep, like a gentle wave carrying her away. The fading flicker is a beautiful story. It's small, but it's shared by the whole village, a signal that the day is over. The glow weakens, the flicker slows, and the night takes over. Beatrice watches, feeling the story in her heart like a quiet tale of rest. The flicker is cozy, like a light that says, "Sleep now, you're safe." Beatrice's heavy eyes are ready for sleep. She watches the flicker, her blinks slow and soft. The orange glow is the last thing she sees, fading like a dream. Her body is cozy, her family close, and the night is calm. Beatrice drifts off, carried by the fire's final flicker, into a deep, peaceful sleep. Beatrice folds a cloth, tucks it away. She checks the door latch just to be sure. She brushes Agnes's hair, humming a quiet tune. These small movements are like a prayer, a way to say good night to the day. The house feels ready, and so does she. She slips under the blanket, warm and safe. These little tasks are Beatrice's bedtime rituals, things she does every night to make everything feel cozy and calm. Let's follow her nice and slow, like we're snuggling into a soft bed, ready to feel sleepy and peaceful. The house is small, made of wood and mud with a straw roof. It's just one room where Beatrice lives with her husband, Willem, their children, Agnes and Tom, and their goat, Clover. At the end of the day, when the sun goes down, Beatrice does her rituals. These are special tasks, like a routine, that help her say goodbye to the day and hello to the night. They make her feel safe, like everything is in its place. The rituals are simple, but they're important, like a quiet song that leads to sleep. First, Beatrice folds a cloth. The cloth is a small piece of fabric, rough but soft from being used a lot. She uses it to wipe the table or clean her wooden bowl after eating pottage. At bedtime, she takes the cloth, which might be on the table or hanging by the fire pit. She folds it neatly, pressing it with her hands to make it flat. Then she tucks it away, maybe in a wooden box or on a shelf made of sticks. Folding the cloth is a small job, but it feels good, like tidying up the house for the night. Let's picture Beatrice folding the cloth. She stands by the table, the fire pit glowing softly with orange embers. The house is quiet, with Willem sitting nearby, maybe fixing a tool, and Agnes and Tom playing or getting ready for bed. Beatrice picks up the cloth, which is a little damp from wiping dishes. She shakes it out, making it smooth, then folds it in half, then in half again. Her hands move slowly, carefully, like she's wrapping a gift. When it's folded, she tucks it into a box, smiling because it's one step closer to bedtime. Folding the cloth is a cozy task. It's like telling the house, we're done with the day. The cloth is small, but folding it makes Beatrice feel calm, like she's putting things in order. Her hands are tired from work milking clover, carrying water, kneading dough, but this job is gentle. The folded cloth sits neatly in its place and the house feels a little tidier. Beatrice likes this feeling because it's like a soft hug, saying, everything is ready for sleep. Next, Beatrice checks the door latch just to be sure. The door to her house is made of wood, heavy and rough, with a latch to keep it closed. The latch is a piece of wood or metal that slides to lock the door. At night, Beatrice walks to the door and touches the latch, making sure it's secure. She doesn't think anything bad will happen, but checking the latch makes her feel safe. It's like saying, the house is locked, we're all okay. Let's imagine Beatrice at the door. The house is dim, with just the fire's glow lighting the room. She steps carefully over the dirt floor, her bare feet soft on the ground. The door is old, with cracks and knots in the wood. She reaches for the latch, a small wooden bar, and slides it to check it's in place. It moves with a little click, and she nods, knowing the door is shut tight. The night outside is dark, but Beatrice feels cozy, because her family is safe inside. Checking the latch is a quick task, but it's part of her rituals. It's like a promise that the house is ready for the night. Beatrice doesn't worry about animals or strangers, but the latch makes her feel sure. She does this every night, and it's like a habit, something her hands know how to do. The latch is strong and the door is solid, so Beatrice feels peaceful, like the house is hugging her family, keeping them warm and safe. Then Beatrice brushes Agnes's hair, humming a quiet tune. Agnes is her 6-year-old daughter, with long, messy hair that gets tangled from playing all day. Beatrice sits with Agnes, maybe on the bed or a stool, and uses a wooden comb or her fingers to brush the hair. She moves gently, smoothing out the knots, careful not to pull. While she brushes, she hums a soft song like MMMMMM, a tune with no words, just a gentle sound that makes Agnes feel sleepy. Let's picture brushing Agnes's hair. Agnes sits in front of Beatrice, her small body warm and still. The straw bed is nearby, with Tom already lying down, maybe yawning. Beatrice holds Agnes's hair, which is brown and tangled, full of bits of grass or dust. She starts at the ends, combing slowly, working out the knots. Her hands are gentle, like she's petting a cat. She hums mmmmm, and Agnes closes her eyes, feeling cozy. The fire's glow lights their faces, making the moment soft and quiet. Humming while brushing is special. The tune is simple, like a lullaby, and it fills the house with a calm sound. Beatrice's voice is soft, not loud, like a whisper of music. The humming makes Agnes relax, her shoulders dropping, her breath slowing. Beatrice loves this time with her daughter because it's a moment of love, like a warm hug. The brushing and humming are part of the bedtime rituals, helping everyone feel ready for sleep. These small movements, folding the cloth, checking the latch, brushing Agnes's hair, are like a prayer. A prayer is something you do to feel close to something bigger, like saying thank you or asking for safety. Beatrice's rituals aren't words but actions, like a quiet way to say good night to the day. Each task is small, but together they make the house feel peaceful, like everything is in its place. Beatrice feels calm, like she's thanking the day for being good. Let's think about the prayer idea. Folding the cloth is like saying, the day's work is done. Checking the latch is like saying, we're safe tonight. Brushing Agnes's hair is like saying, I love my family. These actions are Beatrice's way of ending the day, like a soft goodbye. They're not big or loud, but they're full of love, like a prayer whispered in her heart. The rituals make the house feel ready, like it's joining her in saying good night. The house feels ready, and so does Beatrice. When she finishes her rituals, the table is clean, the door is locked, and Agnes's hair is smooth. The fire pit glows softly, banked by Willem to keep the embers warm. The house is quiet, with just the sound of Willem's snores, Tom's breaths, and Clover rustling in her corner. Beatrice feels peaceful, like everything is right. The rituals are done and the night is here, cozy and calm. Let's imagine the ready house. The wooden walls are shadowy in the dim light, and the straw roof rustles if the wind blows. The fire pit's orange glow is faint, like a tiny star. The table is tidy, with the folded cloth tucked away. The door is latched, strong and secure. Agnes and Tom are in bed, their faces soft with sleep. Willem is there too, his breathing steady. Clover's corner is cozy, her straw pile warm. Beatrice looks around, and the house feels like a nest, ready for the night. Beatrice slips under the blanket, warm and safe. The blanket is wool, soft from years of use, and it smells a little like lavender and straw. She pulls it over her, feeling its warmth wrap around her body. The straw bed is lumpy but cozy, rustling as she settles in. Willem is next to her, Agnes and Tom in the middle, and Clover nearby. Beatrice feels safe, like the house and her family are holding her tight. She closes her eyes, ready to sleep, cozy and happy. Let's picture slipping under the blanket. Beatrice lifts the blanket, which is heavy but soft, and slides underneath. The straw bed crinkles like dry leaves as she finds her spot. She pulls the blanket up to her chin, tucking it around her shoulders. The warmth is like a hug, making her body relax. Willem's snores, HRR HRR, are soft, and Agnes and Tom's breaths, puff puff, are like tiny breezes. Beatrice sighs, feeling the safety of her bed, ready for a deep, peaceful sleep. Let's go back to folding the cloth. Beatrice stands by the table, the fire's glow lighting her hands. The cloth is small, maybe stained from pottage or water. She folds it carefully, making it neat, like a little square. Her fingers press it flat, and she tucks it into a box or onto a shelf. The task is quick, but it's cozy, like tidying up a toy. Beatrice likes folding the cloth because it's part of her ritual, making the house feel ready for the night. Checking the latch is a small but sure task. Beatrice walks to the door, her steps soft on the dirt floor. The latch is a wooden bar worn smooth from use. She slides it, hearing a little click, and knows the door is locked. The night outside is dark, but the latch makes her feel safe, like nothing can bother her family. This ritual is simple, but it's like a promise saying, "We're okay, now sleep." Brushing Agnes's hair is a loving moment. Beatrice sits with Agnes, the comb in her hand. Agnes's hair is tangled, full of knots from running and playing. Beatrice combs gently, starting at the ends, smoothing the hair. She hums MMMMM, a soft tune that makes Agnes sleepy. The fire's glow lights their faces and the house is quiet. This ritual is special, like a hug, making Agnes and Beatrice feel close and cozy. The prayer-like movements are the heart of the rituals. Folding, checking, brushing, they're small, but they mean a lot. Beatrice does them every night like a habit that feels good. They're like saying, "Thank you, day, for being kind." The house feels calm, like it's part of the prayer too. Beatrice's heart is full, knowing her family is safe and the night is here, cozy and gentle. The house being ready is a warm feeling. The cloth is folded, the latch is checked, Agnes's hair is smooth, the fire is banked, the bed is waiting, and the family is together. Beatrice looks around and everything feels right, like a picture that's perfect. The house is cozy, like a nest, ready to hold them through the night. Beatrice feels peaceful, knowing her rituals have done their job. Slipping under the blanket is the final step. Beatrice climbs into bed, the straw rustling softly. She pulls the blanket over her, feeling its warmth. The bed is cozy, with Willem, Agnes, and Tom close. Clover's rustling in her corner adds to the calm. Beatrice closes her eyes, safe and happy, ready to drift into dreams, carried by the cozy rituals of her night. Willem whispers, "We'll see tomorrow." Beatrice murmurs a soft prayer, asking for rest and peace. The children, Agnes and Tom, mumble sleepy nonsense, already half in dreams. These words, quiet and simple, are the last thread of the day. The house falls still, wrapped in night. These final words are like a cozy blanket, tucking the family into sleep. Let's lie with Beatrice and her family, nice and slow, like we're snuggling in a warm bed, feeling calm and ready to drift off. The house is small, just one room made of wood and mud with a straw roof. It's dark now, with only a soft orange glow from the fire pit, where Willem banked the embers with ashes. Beatrice, Willem, Agnes, and Tom are all in their straw bed, covered with a wool blanket. Clover, their goat, is curled up in her straw pile in the corner. The day has been long, full of work like milking Clover, carrying water, and kneading dough. Now it's time for the final words, the last little sounds before sleep takes over. Willem's whisper is soft and kind. He's a big man with strong arms and a gentle heart, and he lies next to Beatrice in the bed. Before he closes his eyes, he leans close and whispers, "We'll see tomorrow." His voice is quiet, like a breeze, so he doesn't wake Agnes and Tom. The words mean they'll wake up to a new day with new work and new joys. Beatrice hears the whisper, and it makes her feel safe, like a promise that everything will be okay. Let's picture Willem whispering. He's lying on the straw mattress, his face close to Beatrice's. The blanket is pulled up, keeping them warm. His breath is soft, and his words, "We'll see tomorrow," are like a secret just for her. The whisper is gentle, like a leaf falling, and it blends with the quiet of the house. Willem's voice is deep but soft, like a low note in a lullaby. Beatrice smiles in the dark, feeling cozy because Willem's words are like a hug, saying the night is safe. The whisper is a special moment. "We'll see tomorrow" is simple, but it's full of hope. It means the day is done and a new one is coming. Willem says this every night, like a habit that feels good. Beatrice loves hearing it, because it's like a little light in the dark, promising morning will come. The whisper is part of their bedtime, a cozy sound that helps her relax, like a soft pat on the back before sleep. Beatrice murmurs a soft prayer, asking for rest and peace. A prayer is like talking to someone bigger, like the sky or a kind spirit, to say thank you or ask for help. Beatrice's prayer is quiet, almost a whisper, so only she and the night can hear. She asks for her family to sleep well and for peace, which means calm and safety. Her words are simple, like "Please let us rest, keep us safe." The prayer is like a warm wish, wrapping the family in love. Let's imagine Beatrice praying. She's lying in bed, her eyes closed or looking at the dark roof. The straw bed rustles a little as she shifts. Willem's whisper still lingers, and now she adds her prayer. Her voice is soft, like a hum saying, "Please give us rest, keep us peaceful." The words are slow, like drops of water falling gently. The prayer is short, but it's full of heart, like a cozy blanket for her family. Beatrice feels calm, knowing her prayer is like a light in the night. The prayer is a gentle ritual. Beatrice says it every night after Willem's whisper. It's her way of saying good night to the day and asking for a good sleep. The words are simple because she doesn't need fancy ones. Asking for rest means she wants everyone to sleep deeply without bad dreams. Asking for peace means she wants her family to feel safe, like nothing can hurt them. The prayer is cozy, like a soft song that helps her drift towards sleep. Agnes and Tom mumble sleepy nonsense, already half in dreams. Agnes is 6, with messy hair, and Tom is 4, always full of energy during the day. Now in bed, they're sleepy, their eyes heavy. They mumble things that don't make sense, like bouncy sheep or run to the tree. Their voices are tiny, like little chirps, fading as they fall deeper into sleep. Beatrice hears their nonsense, and it makes her smile, because it's sweet and cozy, like a sign they're happy. Let's picture Agnes and Tom mumbling. They're curled up in the middle of the bed, between Beatrice and Willem. The wool blanket covers them, and their small bodies are warm. Agnes mumbles, "Fluffy cloud," her voice soft and slurry, like she's talking in a dream. Tom adds, "Big frog jump," his words jumbled and quiet. Their mumbles are like little bubbles floating up and popping in the dark. Beatrice listens, her heart full, because her children's voices are like a cozy lullaby. The sleepy nonsense is funny and sweet. Agnes might say something about a dancing cow, and Tom might mutter about a shiny stone. The words don't mean anything, but they show the children are drifting off, their minds full of dreamy thoughts. Beatrice loves these sounds because they're like a peek into her children's dreams. The mumbles are part of the bedtime ritual, a cozy noise that makes the bed feel warm and safe, like a nest of love. These words, Willem's whisper, Beatrice's prayer, and the children's mumbles, are the last thread of the day. A thread is like a string, and these words are the final string that ties the day together before it ends. They're quiet and simple, not loud or fancy, but they're special. They mark the moment when the family says goodbye to the day and hello to sleep. Beatrice feels the words like a soft touch, helping her relax and close her eyes. Let's think about the last thread. The day was full of work and noise, milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough, playing with Agnes and Tom. Now it's quiet, and the final words are like the last page of a book. Willem, we'll see tomorrow is hopeful, like a promise. Beatrice's prayer is calm, like a wish. The children's mumbles are sweet, like a dream starting. Together, these words are cozy, like a gentle knot that finishes the day, letting sleep come. The house falls still, wrapped in night. After the final words, there's no more talking or moving. The house is quiet, like it's sleeping too. The fire pit's orange glow is faint, the air is cool, and the darkness is deep. Willem, Beatrice, Agnes, and Tom are in bed, and Clover is in her corner. The night wraps around the house like a big, soft blanket, keeping everyone safe. Beatrice feels the stillness, and it's cozy, like sinking into a warm, peaceful dream. Let's imagine the still house. The walls are shadowy, the straw roof silent. The fire pit glows just a little, like a tiny star. The bed is warm, with the family snuggled close. Willem's snores start soft and steady, HRR, HRR. Agnes and Tom's breaths are tiny, puff, puff. Clover rustles her straw, a quiet SHH, SHH. The house is still, like it's holding its breath, wrapped in the calm of the night. Beatrice feels safe, ready to sleep, cozy in her quiet home. Let's go back to Willem's whisper. He leans close to Beatrice, his voice so soft it's like a secret. We'll see tomorrow, he says, and the words are like a warm light. They mean the night will pass and morning will come with new things to do. Beatrice hears the whisper and it makes her heart happy, like a cozy promise. The whisper is simple, but it's full of love, like a gentle touch before sleep. The prayer Beatrice murmurs is like a soft wish. She closes her eyes or maybe looks at the dark roof and says her quiet words. Please let us rest, keep us safe, she murmurs, her voice like a feather. The prayer is short, but it's strong, like a small candle in the dark. Beatrice feels peaceful, knowing her family is wrapped in her prayer, like a cozy blanket. The prayer is part of the final words, helping her drift off to sleep. Agnes and Tom's mumbles are like little gifts. Agnes might say, "Shiny river," her voice fatting. Tom might mumble, "Hop like bunny," his words soft and mixed up. The nonsense is sweet, like hearing their dreams out loud. Beatrice listens, smiling in the dark, because her children's voices are cozy, like a warm hug. The mumbles are part of the last thread, making the bed feel full of love and ready for sleep. The last thread of the day is a cozy idea. The words are simple: Willem's hope, Beatrice's prayer, the children's dreams. They're quiet, like whispers in the night, but they're powerful, like a soft knot that ties the day closed. Beatrice feels the thread, like a gentle pull towards sleep. The words are the final sound before silence, cozy and calm, like a lullaby fading away. The house wrapped in night is a peaceful picture. The stillness is deep, with no noise except soft snores, breaths, and Clover's rustling. The darkness is like a big blanket, covering the house, keeping it safe. The fire's glow is faint, the air cool, and the family is together in bed. Beatrice feels the night, cozy and quiet, like a warm wave carrying her to dreams, safe in her loving home. Beatrice believes dreams carry meaning. When she sleeps, her mind makes pictures and stories, like a quiet show in the dark. She thinks these dreams are special, like messages that tell her something important. A dream of a river might mean change is coming. A dream of bread means there will be plenty of food. Last night she dreamed of a warm hearth and she woke up feeling safe. Dreams are like letters from the night, soft and mysterious. Beatrice smiles, hopping for another dream tonight. Let's lie with her nice and slow, like we're snuggling in a cozy bed, feeling calm and ready to drift off. Beatrice's house is small, just one room with walls of wood and mud and a straw roof. She sleeps on a straw bed with her husband, Willem, and their children, Agnes and Tom. Their goat, Clover, rests in a corner on a pile of straw. The house is dark at night, with only a soft glow from the fire pit's embers. After a long day of work, milking Clover, carrying water, kneading dough, Beatrice loves to sleep and dream. Her dreams are like little gifts, making her feel special and cozy, even in the quiet night. Dreams carrying meaning is a big idea for Beatrice. A long time ago, people like her thought dreams were more than just sleepy thoughts. They believed dreams could tell you about the future or give you advice. Beatrice feels this way too. When she dreams, she thinks the pictures in her mind are like signs, pointing to something true. She pays attention to her dreams, remembering them when she wakes up, because they make her feel connected to something bigger, like the stars or the night itself. Let's think about Beatrice believing in dreams. She's lying in her straw bed, the wool blanket pulled up to her chin. Willem snores softly, HRR, HRR, and Agnes and Tom breathe like tiny breezes, puff, puff. Clover rustles her straw in the corner, SHH, SHH. Beatrice closes her eyes and her mind starts to make dreams. She believes these dreams are special, like a secret message just for her. The idea is cozy, like a warm light in her heart, making sleep feel magical and safe. A dream of a river might mean change. Beatrice knows rivers flow, moving water from one place to another. In her village, a river runs nearby, carrying water for drinking and washing. If she dreams of a river, she thinks it's a sign that something in her life might move or shift, like a new job or a visitor coming. The river in her dream is calm, not wild, with water sparkling under the moon. Beatrice likes this dream because change can be good, like a new day full of surprises. Let's picture a river dream. Beatrice is asleep, her mind showing her a wide, gentle river. The water is clear, flowing softly, making a quiet gurgle sound. She stands by the riverbank, feeling the cool air on her face. The moon shines above, lighting the water with silver sparkles. In the dream, she feels calm, like the river is telling her, things will change, but it's okay. When she wakes up, she remembers the river and thinks about what might be coming, feeling cozy and ready for the day. The river dream is a soft message. Beatrice believes it's like the night talking to her, saying life is always moving, like water. She doesn't feel scared because the river in her dream is gentle, not fast or dangerous. The idea of change is exciting, like opening a new book. Beatrice talks about the river dream with Willem sometimes, and they wonder what it means. The dream is cozy, like a whisper from the night, making her feel special and safe. A dream of bread means plenty. Bread is a big part of Beatrice's life. She makes it from flour, water, and yeast, kneading it with her hands and baking it by the fire. If she dreams of bread, maybe a warm, crusty loaf on the table, she thinks it's a sign there will be enough food for her family. Plenty means having what you need, like full bellies and happy hearts. Beatrice loves bread dreams because they make her feel thankful, like the night is promising good things. Let's imagine a bread dream. Beatrice is dreaming and she sees a wooden table in her house. On it is a big loaf of bread fresh from the fire with a golden crust. The bread smells warm and yeasty like home. She touches it, feeling it's crusty outside and soft inside. In the dream, she breaks off a piece and eats it, smiling because it tastes so good. When she wakes up, she feels happy, thinking her family will have enough. The bread dream is cozy, like a hug from the night. The bread dream is a joyful message. Beatrice believes it's the night saying, "Don't worry, you'll have plenty." The loaf in her dream is big, enough for Willem, Agnes, Tom, and even Clover to have a little. She feels safe, knowing her family won't go hungry. Bread dreams are special because they're like a gift, promising good days. Beatrice remembers these dreams when she needs dough, and it makes her smile, feeling cozy and thankful for the night's message. Last night, Beatrice dreamed of a warm hearth and she woke feeling safe. A hearth is the fire pit in her house where the fire burns to cook food and keep them warm. In her dream, the hearth was glowing with bright flames, crackling and warm, lighting up the room. The dream made her feel cozy, like the house was full of love and safety. When she woke up, she carried that safe feeling all day, like a soft blanket around her heart. Let's picture the hearth dream. Beatrice is asleep and her mind shows her the fire pit in her house. The flames are tall, dancing and popping, crackle, crackle. The room is bright, with orange light on the walls. She feels the warmth on her face, like sitting close to a sunny window. In the dream, Willem, Agnes, and Tom are there, smiling by the hearth. When she wakes, she feels safe, like the dream was a message saying, "Your home is strong." The hearth dream is cozy, like a warm hug from the night. The hearth dream is a comforting message. Beatrice believes it's the night telling her that her family and home are safe. The warm hearth in her dream is like a heart, keeping everyone together. She thinks about the dream when she banks the fire or cooks pottage, feeling thankful for her house. The dream is special because it makes her feel protected, like the night is watching over her. Beatrice loves this feeling, cozy and calm, like a soft light in her heart. Dreams are like letters from the night, soft and mysterious. A letter is a message, like a note from a friend, and dreams are like that for Beatrice. They come when she sleeps, bringing pictures and feelings that mean something. The letters are soft because dreams are gentle, not loud or scary. They're mysterious because their meanings aren't always clear, like a puzzle to think about. Beatrice loves her dream letters because they make sleep feel magical, like a secret shared with the night. Let's think about dreams as letters. When Beatrice closes her eyes, the night sends her a dream, like a note slipped under the door. The dream might show a river, bread, or a hearth, each one a message. The letters are written in pictures, not words, and they feel soft, like a whisper. The mystery is fun because Beatrice likes to guess what the dreams mean. The idea is cozy, like getting a letter from a faraway friend, making her feel special and safe. The mysterious part of dreams is like a quiet adventure. Beatrice doesn't always know exactly what a dream means, but she enjoys thinking about it. A river might mean change, but what kind? A loaf of bread might mean plenty, but when? The hearth might mean safety, but why now? The mystery is gentle, not scary, like a story that unfolds slowly. Beatrice feels calm, knowing the night is sending her these soft letters, cozy and full of wonder. Beatrice smiles, hoping for another dream tonight. She's in her straw bed, the blanket warm and soft. After her hearth dream, she feels happy, like the night gave her a gift. She hopes when she closes her eyes, another dream will come, maybe about a river, bread, or something new. Her smile is small but bright, like a candle in the dark. The hope for a new dream is cozy, like looking forward to a bedtime story, making her ready to sleep. Let's picture Beatrice smiling. The house is quiet, with Willem snoring, HRR, and Agnes and Tom breathing, puff, puff. Clover's straw rustles, SHH. Beatrice lies still, her face soft in the dark. She thinks about her hearth dream and smiles, her lips curving up. She hopes for a new dream, like a child waiting for a surprise. The smile is cozy, like a warm spark, showing she's happy and ready for the night's next letter. The belief in dreams is a cozy part of Beatrice's life. Every night, she goes to bed knowing her dreams might tell her something. The idea makes sleep exciting, like opening a present. She doesn't worry if a dream is confusing because it's still a message, soft and kind. Beatrice feels close to the night, like it's her friend sending her letters. This belief is warm, like a fire in her heart, making her bed a cozy place to rest. Let's go back to the river dream. The water flows gently, sparkling under the stars. Beatrice stands by the river, feeling calm, like the night is talking to her. The dream says, change is coming, but it's good. When she wakes, she thinks about the river, wondering what might happen. The dream is cozy, like a soft promise, making her feel ready for whatever comes. Beatrice loves river dreams because they're like a map, guiding her through life. The bread dream is a happy thought. The loaf on the table is warm, its crust crunchy and its inside soft. Beatrice eats a piece in her dream, smiling because it tastes so good. The dream says, you'll have plenty, don't worry. When she wakes, she feels thankful, knowing her family will be okay. The bread dream is cozy, like a full belly, making her feel safe and loved. Beatrice cherishes these dreams like treasures from the night. The hearth dream is a warm memory. The fire in the dream is bright, its flames dancing and warm. Beatrice feels the heat, sees her family smiling, and knows her home is safe. The dream says, you're protected, rest easy. When she woke, she felt cozy all day, like the hearth was still glowing in her heart. The hearth dream is special, like a soft blanket, making her sleep deep and peaceful. Dreams as letters are a beautiful idea. Each dream is like a note, written in pictures and feelings. The night sends them to Beatrice, soft and mysterious, like a friend sharing a secret. She opens the letters in her sleep, seeing rivers, bread, or hearths. The mystery is cozy, like a puzzle that doesn't need solving right away. Beatrice feels happy, knowing the night is talking to her, making her dreams a warm part of her life. Hopping for another dream is a cozy wish. Beatrice lies in bed, her smile small but bright. She thinks about the hearth dream and wonders what tonight's dream will be. Maybe a river, maybe bread, or something new, like a bird or a tree. The hope is like a little light shining in the dark. Beatrice feels calm, ready to sleep, cozy, and excited for the night's next letter, like a child waiting for a bedtime story.